Chapter 1574. Identity Head Steward when sneered. The unintended suppression by the presence of a few individuals with disabilities fueled his shame and anger, causing him to lose control. He bellowed, "You're all colluding. Naturally, you'll say that. I won't lie." Jing Sang handed over a dark red, weathered oilcloth bag, stating coldly, "Lord Qin will understand when he sees it." Head Steward Wen's forced smile grew more malicious. He retorted sharply, "What? Are you attempting to bribe right in front of me?" Shao Yunduan sneered, "What can you expect from a hog but a grunt?" "What did you say? To smear someone and hurl insults, what can you expect from a hog but a grunt?" "You," Lord Qin intervened, coughing. "Bring it up." Since they presented it personally, he had to inspect it himself. The oilskin bag was swiftly placed before Lord Qin. As he opened it, he casually picked up a folded piece of paper and glanced at it. His expression underwent a drastic change. He glanced at the others, his eyes widening, and his hands trembling involuntarily. His expression became indescribably complex, revealing inner turmoil. Head Steward Wen and his nephew were left stunned, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Observing Lord Qin's reaction, Head Steward Wen, usually confident, struggled to maintain composure. He exchanged glances with Shao Yunduan, who remained stoic. Head Steward Wen put on a fake smile and addressed Lord Qin. "Lord Qin, what is the matter? Has Lord Qin found something?" Lord Qin, torn by conflicting emotions, raised his eyebrows and replied, "Why don't we temporarily halt the proceedings and investigate further?" It was a common phrase used in governmental offices. It implied that the case was not suitable for public interrogation. Why not transfer it to the back hall and discuss it in detail? Zheng Sang barely hesitated. Instead, he seemed to sigh in relief and promptly expressed his agreement. "Certainly, but it's at Lord Qin's discretion." Shao Yunduan glanced at Zheng Sang, paused briefly and stated, "I have no objections either." None of them raised objections. That left only Head Steward Wen. However, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Before he could voice his thoughts, when Fu Xin interjected, "No. Why can't we conduct the interrogation openly? Is someone trying to manipulate things covertly? Dream on." If everyone agreed, he felt compelled to disagree. There had to be something fishy. When Fu Xin thought as much, and Head Steward Wen, initially harboring suspicions, found assurance in his nephew's proclamation. "Exactly. Lord Qin, there's no harm in being forthright." Lord Qin regarded Head Steward Wen and his nephew with pity. It seemed they might not comprehend the consequences of their actions. Since they were resolute in their stance, why not fulfill their wish? Having already suggested the idea, and with their rejection, Lord Qin felt justified. Even if the fourth prince were dissatisfied, he couldn't be blamed. In that case, it's settled. Lord Qin rose, bowed slightly, and cupped his hands toward Jing Sang. "General Zheng, please proceed." "General Zheng? What kind of general was this? Did they mishear, or did Lord Qin misspeak?" Head Steward Wen and his nephew exchanged bewildered glances, attempting to discern each other's expressions as if questioning the accuracy of what they heard. The onlookers were also taken aback. The surrounding commoners were left in shock, their gasps audible. "What? What did Lord Qin say just now? Did you hear that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1575. It actually became like this. I didn't hear it. I must have heard wrongly." Zheng Sang chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Lord Qin, please, I'm no longer a general. I'm just a commoner now." "Greetings, Lord." Zheng Sang cast a quiet gaze at Head Steward Wen. His dispassionate tone struck the heart of Head Steward Wen like a heavy hammer. "These children are all offspring of my former brothers. Their fathers were comrades in arms with me on the northern battlefield, sharing life and death together. They returned from the battlefield with injuries, illnesses, or disabilities. A decade has passed, and many are no longer with us. Some of these children have lost their fathers, and others have lost both parents. In our residence, there are no fewer than 20 to 30 children in similar circumstances. Over 10 disabled brothers, like their fathers, are still grappling with life. Including elderly, frail, women, and children, there are over 70 in total. Our surviving brothers may be incapable, but we cannot let the families and children of our fallen comrades suffer. These children are remarkably resilient. If they possess strength, they labor as porters, engage in manual work, or become apprentices. If strength eludes them, they find alternative ways to contribute, such as doing odd jobs, washing clothes, or gathering wild vegetables and fruits outside the city. Shao Fu, Shao Air, and the others have ventured out of the city to forage for food multiple times, and today won't be the last. I fail to comprehend how this led to accusations of collusion with Madame Shao to frame young Master Wen. Though our achievements may not be grand, we instilled in them principles of integrity from a young age. If they were to commit such an act, I want to shield them from your judgment. I, Jing Sang, dare not claim exceptional prowess. In the past, I participated in more than 10 battles on the Northern Front, vanquishing over 100 foes. I once captured a prince, a king, and a monarch, saving General Sun's life. My life was nearly claimed by the King of Hell. I fear no peril. I won't let this matter slide. Even if it costs me my life, I won't tolerate baseless slander. When Fu Xin, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scorned Jing Sang's words. He sneered and jeered, "Oh, boasting about your feats. Shamelessly bragging here. What a joke, Uncle?" When Fu Xin shielded his face, casting a bewildered look at head steward Wen. Shocked and confused, he couldn't fathom why his caring biological uncle would resort to a slap. Head steward Wen, agitated and vexed, lacked the time to explain. He spoke with frustration, his voice lowered to a hiss, "Stay silent." Enraged, Jing Sang rebuked sharply, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you subject me to such humiliation?" Xiao Yunduan sighed. General Zheng risked his life for the Great Qin, valiantly defending against external threats. He nearly lost his life on the northern battlefield, only to face scorn like this. What a woeful and pitiable fate. General Zheng, please compose yourself. He is the nephew of the head steward of the prince's mansion. Arguing with him won't yield anything. Jing Sang, Lu Changming, and Wu Guan seethed with anger. The state of the world has truly deteriorated. This is the Great Qin we risked our lives to protect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1576, Gathering of the Gods in the Heavenly Mansion. I can't help but feel sorry for these children. What wrong have they done? Their father laid down his life for the Great Qin Empire, and yet his son has to endure such humiliation, picking up discarded vegetables and fruits. Elder brother Jing, I harbor so much resentment towards him. This is far from over. Far from over. Onlookers seethed with anger, unleashing a torrent of curses. This is inhumane. Is he even human? Bullying the less fortunate. Is this the way of the world? It's disheartening. The virtuous never seem to get what they deserve. Without General Zheng and others risking their lives to defend against foreign enemies, how could people revel in luxury and indulge in drunkenness? The imperial court's treatment of them and their families is excessively callous and heartless. Who would dare to enlist in the army in the future? Who would willingly go to the battlefield? Certainly not me. I won't allow my son to go either. Indeed. I'd rather take out loans than subject myself to that. Why would His Highness the Fourth Prince appoint such an individual to a crucial position? It's beyond comprehension. Like master, like servant. Quiet down, watch your words. Trouble may arise from your loose tongue. Head steward Wen could no longer maintain his confident composure. His expression reflected defeat, and cold sweat adorned his forehead. In his heart he lamented, "It's over, it's over." When Fu Xin covered his face, still nursing a sense of injustice. His countenance betrayed embarrassment, fear, and confusion. Even at this moment he couldn't fathom the situation. Why was his uncle so apprehensive about these destitute individuals? So what if he's a general? What kind of nonsense general behaves like this? No one would suspect he's a beggar by the roadside. Head steward when tossed aside any concern for his dignity or reputation. A forced smile stretched across his pallid face as he offered profuse apologies to Jing Sang. Disgust and anger had long consumed Jing Sang and the others. They paid little attention to the steward's attempts at remorse. Wu Guan, boiling with rage, had already stormed out, hurling curses as he seized a horse from the heavenly mansion and galloped straight to the Ministry of Justice to seek justice. Before long, representatives from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel arrived. Delegates from the Great Justice Temple followed suit. General Sun personally made his way to the scene. Soon after, emissaries from the palace joined the gathering. The Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, and other princes arrived in succession, turning the once serene heavenly mansion into a chaotic assembly of high-ranking officials. Given the circumstances, a public trial was out of the question. All involved parties were ushered to the back hall. The Crown Prince and the other princes took their seats, while the rest stood. Lord Qin, initially handling the case, positioned himself at the rear, his face betraying palpable nervousness. Jing Sang and his companions stood on the sidelines, observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, head steward Wen and his nephew knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The swift escalation of the case to the palace owed much to General Sun's intervention. As consort Des' younger brother and the current head of the Sun family, General Sun owed his life to Jing Sang's past heroics. Jing Sang, in turn, had amassed numerous accolades and rewards from the court, including praise and recognition from the emperor himself. The documents previously submitted by Jing Sang to Lord Qin showcased a litany of imperial court notices, highlighting countless military merits and honors earned through his dedicated service. General Sun had consistently held Jing Sang in high regard, envisioning him as a potential trusted aide to be cultivated. However, upon his return to the capital from the northern regions, Jing Sang found himself at odds with the bureaucratic intricacies of the capital and disapproved of the Sun family's conduct. Adding to his challenges, Jing Sang was acutely aware that his act of saving General Sun's life had forged an indelible connection in the eyes of the public. He was seen as inherently associated with General Sunday. Beyond his reliance on General Sun, he recognized that establishing himself independently would be an uphill battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1577. But this time, it's too much. However, he harbored no desire to become entangled with the Sun family. As a result, he made the difficult decision to resign. Despite the numerous comrades he had lost on the battlefield and being an orphan without familial ties, he chose not to return to his hometown. Instead, he remained in the capital, dedicated to caring for the families of his fallen brothers. Gradually, a community of such individuals gathered around him, numbering nearly 76. They resided in a makeshift slum in North City, facing the challenges of being orphans, widows, or disabled veterans retired from the battlefield. Many grappled with illnesses, lacking access to proper medical care. Most were unversed in administrative matters, finding solace only in labor-intensive, physically demanding tasks. Despite their hardships, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Throughout these years, Jing Sang never sought out General Sunday. However, the accumulation of a decade's worth of difficulties and resentment within him finally reached a breaking point. A spark ignited, resulting in a resounding explosion, today's incident. Upon hearing the news, General Sun, being the second prince's uncle, found joy in the opportunity. He promptly consulted with an advisor, informed his wife, and had Princess Concubine Virtue report the matter to the emperor. Princess Concubine Virtue urgently sought an audience with the emperor, considering the involvement of Lord Shao, Madame Shao, and a general with significant past contributions, an affair worthy of the emperor's attention. The Crown Prince and the other princes could not afford to remain passive in the face of an incident within the palace, particularly the Crown Prince, who would undoubtedly be compelled to intervene. The atmosphere at the scene soured. The fourth prince maintained an expressionless demeanor, harboring a wish to kick both individuals to their demise. It appeared that the person in charge treated his dog poorly. Treating the dog too well would imply it was a human with the freedom to act as it pleased. Since it was a dog, all the unscrupulous actions would be attributed to the master. Once everyone was assembled, the crown prince let out a sigh and cast a complex look at Shao Yunduan. He inquired, "Officer Shao, what is happening? Enlighten me." As Shao Yunduan was the most knowledgeable among those involved, he assumed the role of questioning. When Fu Xin remained utterly clueless, still muddled and unaware of the situation. Observing the presence of the crown prince, the fourth prince, the second prince, and the third prince, he felt an unexpected surge of excitement. What did this signify? It meant that his uncle held considerable influence. See, the crown prince and the fourth prince were both present. His uncle, as the trusted aide of the fourth prince, surely wouldn't let them suffer. The crown prince, known for his benevolence, wouldn't disrespect the fourth prince. As long as the crown prince extended courtesy to the fourth prince, no one would dare to utter a word against them. These people would undoubtedly have to kneel before him later, concerned that Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian might say something detrimental. When Fu Xin hastily interjected, "Crown Prince, I am innocent. Please help me." Shao Yunduan raised his voice, cutting him off. "The rules at the fourth prince's mansion are commendable. How dare a servant show disregard for the crown prince? How dare he speak in front of the crown prince?" The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The crown prince felt a tinge of awkwardness. Initially, he had no intention to intervene, but faced with the servant's insolence, his usual restraint wavered, contemplating whether to engage in a confrontation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1578. Lawless. But to his surprise, Shao Yunduan spoke up. No one could have anticipated Shao Yunduan's decision to speak. Adding to the unexpected nature of Shao Yunduan's intervention was the fact that he projected an image of a scholarly figure, worth no more than 1,000th of a tael, to be used judiciously. Yet here he was, an imperial court official, engaging in a public dispute with a servant, a situation that was utterly demeaning. Certainly, none of those observing the scene would ever consider such behavior. Unless, perhaps, it involved the fourth prince. As the master of Fu Xin, it seemed fitting for him to reprimand his servant. However, contrary to expectations, the fourth prince didn't want assumptions to prevail. Upon hearing Fu Xin speak, he involuntarily sighed in relief, planning to scold him later and allow him to explain himself first. Shao Yunduan's careless comment caught everyone off guard. Unable to tolerate it any longer, one of the fourth prince's aides sneered and calmly remarked, "Lord Shao, is it necessary to be so serious with a mere servant? It seems a bit demeaning." The crown prince, feeling embarrassed, became even more uncomfortable. "Your lordship, you're mistaken," Shao Yunduan responded with a serious tone. "How could a mere servant of the fourth prince show disrespect to the crown prince? What would people think? They might assume the fourth prince harbors ulterior motives and cares little for the crown prince. How else could a servant dare to be so presumptuous? Such an act could tarnish the reputation of the fourth prince. I am doing this for his sake. We adhere to the rules of the Tian family. It's not child's play. Why shouldn't we take it seriously? Consult the elders of the Ministry of Rights if you doubt whether a servant can belittle the crown prince without repercussions. It's a matter of principle." The advisor was left speechless, cursing Shao Yunduan internally for his quibbling and reasoning. Despite his frustration, he lowered his head, refraining from challenging Shao Yunduan. Glaring at Fu Xin, the fourth prince scolded him in a low voice. "You, insolent servant! Who gave you permission to speak out of turn? Are you trying to sow discord between the crown prince and me? Apologize to the crown prince immediately." His gaze bore into Shao Yunduan, harboring a desire to see him pay dearly for his words. Fu Xin, visibly terrified, paled as he hastily prostrated himself before the crown prince. "I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Crown prince, Please have mercy. I never meant to disrespect you. I only feared that Lord Shao would utter baseless accusations. Enough, I won't argue with you any further. You may leave. Recalling Shao Yunduan's remarks, the Crown Prince couldn't help but feel repulsed. Listening to someone badmouth Shao Yunduan, even though it was Shao Yunduan himself doing the talking, left a bitter taste. No wonder Officer Shao was infuriated and refused to show any courtesy to Wen Fuxin. Such a slave was undoubtedly of questionable character. Despite his feelings, the Crown Prince, mindful of decorum, extended a modicum of courtesy to Shao Yunduan. Officer Shao, please proceed. Shao Yunduan responded, Miss Qiao is the key witness. Miss Qiao, could you please provide your account of the events? Yes. Qiao Xian began, narrating the details. Subsequently, they questioned Lu Fu and the others, who corroborated the truth. The tales were humiliating, distressing, and filled with sorrow and outrage. As the accounts unfolded, tears were shed, and sobs punctuated the air. The ministers directed their gazes at head steward Wen and his nephew, further stoking the Crown Prince's anger. Zheng Sang and the others shared in the collective heartbreak and indignation. Wu Guan clenched his teeth and spat, yearning to mete out punishment to Wen Fuxin. General Sun, incensed, voiced his outrage. This is beyond the pale. Utterly despicable. How could you subject these children to such humiliation? Have you no humanity? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1579. Head Steward Wen's Dizziness. Wen Fuxin persisted in his attempt to quibble. Shut up. Head Steward Wen delivered a forceful kick to his chest without a hint of mercy. The impact sent Wen Fuxin sprawling backward on the ground, clutching his throbbing chest. Surprised, he looked up at his uncle and stammered, Uncle, bastard. Head Steward Wen's eyes bore into him with disappointment. He gritted his teeth and admonished, The Crown Prince is granting you an opportunity. Spit out the truth. If you dare conceal anything, you can kiss your sorry life goodbye. Despite the presence of court officials, the Crown Prince, numerous princes, Shao Yunduan, and Zheng Sang, the sensitivity of their identities loomed large. Did this fool think he could deceive them with a few words? Had they been dealing only with Shao Yunduan and the others, they might have been under the fourth prince's control. Facing a group of commoners, perhaps they could have turned a blind eye and cooperated, but the circumstances had changed. Wen Fuxin was dumbfounded. It's easy for a person to puff up and float, but abruptly deflating them is a challenging task. It evokes embarrassment and resistance from the core. Zheng Sang sneered. Crown Prince, please conduct a thorough investigation. I demand justice. Cough, General Zheng, rest assured. I will provide a satisfactory explanation. The Crown Prince assured. General Sun, indignant, addressed Zheng Sang, Little Zheng, don't be disheartened. I won't let you endure such humiliation and injustice. You're all esteemed defenders of Great Qin, sacrificing for our country and its prosperity. With the imperial court, the emperor, and the Crown Prince aware of this, they won't turn a blind eye. Without your contributions, Great Qin wouldn't enjoy its stability and prosperity. You shouldn't be subjected to such treatment. It's a letdown for the soldiers and the commoners alike. Head Steward Wen teetered on the verge of losing consciousness. His heart pounded so rapidly that each breath seemed a struggle. Wen Fuxin belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing the dignitaries, whose mere presence could create seismic shifts, sporting stern expressions, he couldn't deny the impending trouble. Wen Fuxin lacked audacity, often trembling in the face of power he misused to intimidate others. As the reality set in, fear gnawed at him, and his body quivered uncontrollably. Desiring to proclaim his innocence, the words stuck in his throat. He rose and knelt on the ground, initiating a rapid sequence of kowtows. Dong dong dong. He implored, Crown Prince, spare me. Crown Prince, spare me. Your Highness, spare me, Wu Guan, with disdain, spat and coldly rebuked, shameless. Disgusting. The Crown Prince's countenance darkened. So, it turns out you are the perpetrator, the one inflicting harm on others? When Fu Xin could only kowtow, his face drained of color, unable to utter a single word. The Crown Prince erupted, "Bastard!" Head Steward Wen, acknowledging his failure, joined his nephew on the ground, incessantly kowtowing. "Crown Prince, please calm down. I failed in guiding my nephew. I'm also at fault. Please grant us a chance to rectify our ways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1580. Lord Qin's headache general's son sneered. Head Steward Wen truly lives up to his title, decisive and bold. If not for the uproar today, would he have shown such courage? I heard that just moments ago, when he stood in the heavenly mansion Yaman's court, he exuded arrogance. Shao Yunduan spoke calmly. "General's son makes a valid point. Head Steward Wen accused my wife of colluding with Shao Fu to harm his nephew. I find it peculiar that he wasn't present during the incident, yet he seemed well informed. Shouldn't Lord Qin have been the one to question him?" Jing Sang added with a cold tone, "Lord Shao is correct. Before the Crown Prince and others were made aware, you didn't express concern about failing to guide your nephew properly. Now you seek a chance for redemption? What kind of game are you playing with us?" General's son slammed the table. "This is beyond forgiveness." The fourth prince harbored deep animosity, yet he understood that the head steward's tenure was doomed. Even if his life were spared, the position of head steward was forfeit, and his nephew's fate far from assured. General's son and the second brother wouldn't let the matter rest, and his father would struggle to justify it. Attempting to garner support from the generals was futile. Who would believe him after witnessing the fate of Zheng Sang and the others? The fourth prince, foreseeing trouble down the line, decided to distance himself from the head steward. Coldly, he declared, "I know nothing of this affair. If I did, you wouldn't escape unscathed. Given the current situation, Crown Prince, these two are your responsibility. Whether you choose punishment or interrogation, it's in your hands." Head Steward Wen and Wen Fuxin immediately collapsed, wailing on the ground. Crown Prince, irritated, frowned and ordered, "Gag them and take them away." Lord Qin promptly complied. Soon, individuals approached, muffling the cries and swiftly escorting them out. The Crown Prince sighed inwardly, casting a glance at Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and Jing Sang, and offered gentle solace. "I understand that you've all endured injustice. Those individuals are despicable and tyrannical, deserving no easy forgiveness. Let Lord Qin handle the interrogation, and thoroughly investigate the matter. Address it according to your wishes." Jing Sang and Shao Yunduan expressed no objections. They exchanged appreciative glances and silently thanked each other. Lord Qin, though internally groaning, had no choice but to steel himself and accept the responsibility. Originally a minor case, a mere conflict among ordinary individuals, it would have resulted in a scolding and perhaps a lesson for resolution. Yet, the involvement of three parties with extraordinary identities promised a more severe outcome. At best, it would be a minor altercation. At worst, it could tarnish the reputation of officials' families and the descendants of meritorious individuals. However, Lord Qin couldn't ignore the fourth prince's influence, complicating matters and giving him a headache. Now tasked with handling the case, the Crown Prince rose and dismissed the assembly. The darkening sky signaled the end of the day. Crown Prince regarded Jing Sang and the others with a gentle gaze. Shao Yunduan respectfully said, "Crown Prince, I will attend to General Zheng." Crown Prince nodded with a satisfied smile and concluded, "That's excellent. Let's reconvene tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1581. Pretending not to know, it was evident that he intended to summon Jing Sang for a meaningful conversation, possibly discussing the prospect of offering him an official position. A fleeting expression of displeasure crossed General Sun's eyes. He was on the verge of expressing his thoughts when Jing Sang, in a gesture of gratitude, bowed to Shao Yunduan with cupped fists. Thank you, Lord Shao. Apologies for the trouble. General Zheng, your courtesy is much appreciated. I'm no longer a general. Lord Shao, if it's agreeable to you, you can address me as Brother Zheng. Very well, Brother Zheng. Shao Yunduan nodded with a warm smile. General Sun felt a profound sense of distaste. He forced a smile and remarked, Little Zheng, you're going too far. How have you managed all these years? Why didn't you seek me out when you were facing difficulties? No need for such formality between us. I always assumed you had returned to your hometown. This comes as a surprise. Zheng Sang almost wanted to burst into laughter. Living in the northern city slums with many others, all of them with known identities, how could General Sun not be aware? It seemed like he was pretending not to know. He disliked officialdom and was inept at ingratiating himself with others. He couldn't tolerate such people and circumstances. After all these years, what remained? How could General Sun still remember? Though the words sounded amiable, if he truly went to seek General Sun out, he would probably have been irritated long ago, right? Having weathered the hardships of the world, Zheng Sang was no longer the person he used to be. Despite his internal disdain, he concealed it well and respectfully replied to General Sun, I'm ashamed. I've been drifting aimlessly all these years, and I don't have the face to seek you out, General. General Sun laughed and affectionately patted his shoulder. You are too modest. Let's not dwell on it tonight. Remember to visit my residence tomorrow. Yes, General. General Sun had initially anticipated a refusal, or at least some hesitation before acceptance. To his surprise, Zheng Sang agreed readily, leaving him slightly stunned. Chuckling, General Sun departed, offering a reminder, Oh, don't forget. Of course not, Zheng Sang replied. Mockery brewed within Zheng Sang's heart. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly mansion was empty, with only Zheng Sang, Shao Yunduan, and Qiao Xian remaining. Zheng Sang expressed his gratitude to Qiao Xian, bowing with cupped fists. Thank you, Madam Shao. Wu Guan and Lu Changming also hastened to bow and express their thanks. Thank you so much, Madam Shao. Without your assistance today, these children, sigh. Lu Fu added. Zheng Sang sighed and called the children forward to thank Qiao Xian. Taking Qing Lian and Xiao Qiao by their hands, Qiao Xian directed Lu Fu to follow. She smiled and said, Don't be so modest, Brother Zheng. You're too kind. I'm just doing what needs to be done. After a brief pause, she added with a half-joking smile, Actually, I'm relying on my husband's fearlessness. Some may find it challenging to lend a hand, but no one dares to refuse. Zheng Sang chuckled. Regardless, we owe a debt of gratitude to Madam Shao and Lord Shao. Shao Yunduan suggested, Let's head to our house first. It's nearby. You can freshen up, have a meal, and I'll arrange for your return later. After a moment's thought, Zheng Sang nodded with a smile. Thank you, Lord Shao and Madam Shao. Qiao Xian excitedly chimed in. Absolutely, you're most welcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1582. Today, he used them. Qiao Xian instructed Songshi and Qingyan to head home, order food from a nearby restaurant, and prepare boiling water. Turning to Zheng Sang and the others, Shao Yunduan suggested, Brother Zheng, no need for formalities. Just call me by my name. Zheng Sang readily accepted the familiarity. Brother Yunduan. The two women exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Although one carriage wasn't sufficient, Lord Qin, considerate as always, arranged for an additional one. Shao Yunduan and the group traveled to his house in separate vehicles. The children, especially fond of Qiao Xian, accompanied her, Shao Yunduan, Zheng Sang, and the rest. During the journey, Wu Guan and Lu Changming expressed their excitement. They felt relieved after finally venting their anger today, hinting at the countless grievances they had endured over the years. Having been fearless warriors on the battlefield, they returned to the city bearing injuries, illnesses, and missing limbs. Once mighty, now they had to endure humiliations and submit for a meal. The stark contrast between their past and present experiences weighed heavily on their hearts. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He acknowledged having used them to his advantage today. Prompted by Lixia's information, he swiftly arrived at the heavenly mansion. While Qiao Xian was unfamiliar with Fu Wenxin, Xiao Yunduan recognized him. Observing the fourth prince's attempt to manipulate the crown prince, an idea occurred to him. Why not seize this opportune moment? Rather than rushing forward, he blended into the crowd, opting to observe the unfolding developments. Xiao Yunduan exuded confidence, firmly believing that his wife wouldn't succumb easily. Rather than approaching the scene directly, he instructed Li Xia to keep an eye on the crowd. When Xiao Er brought over Zheng Sang, Wu Guan, and Lu Changming, Xiao Yunduan intervened, preventing their progress. Upon revealing his identity and engaging in a brief conversation, Zheng Sang willingly handed over the reins, declaring that he would take charge. When Fu Xin was digging his own grave, Xiao Yunduan took the forefront. Anticipating head steward Wen's involvement, he knew the patriarch would show up, driven by the expectation that his son would support him in his old age. Head steward Wen did not disappoint. With Wen Fu Xin carelessly courting disaster, there was no turning back, and head steward Wen had to play along. Confident in the fourth prince's backing, head steward Wen wasn't afraid of failure. As long as he tarnished Zheng Sang's name, the fourth prince would offer unwavering support. It seemed like the matter would eventually be settled as a minor inconvenience. However, fate had different plans for him this time. Even the fourth prince would find himself implicated to some extent. This affair concerned the descendants of soldiers who had fought for the country. Without a proper explanation, the generals wouldn't stand for it. In this critical moment, Zheng Sang took the stage. When he and Xiao Yunduan synchronized their efforts, the trap ensnared the uncle and nephew, sealing their fate. Although Xiao Yunduan hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, he found the outcome quite satisfying. The bigger the situation, the better. While the crown prince insisted on maintaining an appearance of normalcy, Xiao Yunduan believed in divine retribution for the wicked. Regardless, he went with the flow. Upon reaching Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's home, Li Xia swiftly prepared hot water, bathing the children and combing their hair. The dishes ordered from the restaurant arrived promptly. 2 tables were set with 8 dishes and 1 soup each. Xiao Yunduan and the others even ordered 2 pots of wine. Qiao Xian dined at the kitchen table with the children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1583. Sadness. The restaurant, seemingly ordinary, boasted a menu of comforting home-cooked dishes. Mushroom roasted chicken, lamb roasted with onions, beef brisket stewed with white radishes, stir-fried meat, vermicelli cabbage, pork. The array was enough to elicit greedy expressions from the children. Despite their visible hunger, they restrained themselves, unwilling to make the first move. A collective gulp echoed in the room. Observing the children's plight, Qiao Xian took pity and urged them to sit. Dig in before it gets cold. Grateful, Lu Fu expressed his thanks, prompting the children to follow suit. Only then did they settle down to eat. Once chopsticks met food, the children couldn't help but hasten their consumption. Half of the dishes vanished from the table in no time. Their rapid eating, however, lacked rudeness, and Qiao Xian's gentle assistance softened the scene. Xiao Yunduan, Zheng Sang, and others experienced a notable shift in mood. Rounds of dishes and a few glasses of wine later, Wu Guan unexpectedly broke into tears. It took him a while to regain composure, wiping away tears before smiling at Xiao Yunduan. I apologize, Brother Yunduan. Having overseen numerous struggles and hardships, the brothers had maintained a relentless pace for years. Gathered around a table, sharing a decent meal and laughter, they reflected on the distant past. Although melancholy briefly settled in, Xiao Yunduan poured wine and reassured, there's no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Now that the court is aware, they'll handle it. Let's discuss it later. Zheng Sang, however, expressed reluctance, his brow furrowing. I have no intention of involving myself with the imperial court anymore. The same goes for these children. The imperial court doesn't owe us anything. We're incapable and there's no one to blame but ourselves. It was an undeniable truth. Having retreated from the battlefield, who among them hadn't felt this way? Nevertheless, they were alive. A sentiment that brought satisfaction, especially when compared to their fallen comrades. Despite life's challenges, the children were gradually maturing each day. As they aged, it was hopeful that their circumstances would improve. However, gaining favor with the imperial court proved to be an arduous task, one that was financially beyond their means. Moreover, the prospect of entangling themselves in the conflicts among the princes, risking disaster, was a fear they couldn't shake. Shao Yunduan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recognizing that Jing Sang and the others had likely grown so disillusioned with the court that they accepted their situation with unusual calmness. Reflecting on the past, they had received compensation upon retirement, 15 taels of silver for the disabled and 20 taels for the deceased. While not a significant sum, if properly distributed among those entitled, it could have eased their hardships. Yet, the reality was different, leaving Shao Yunduan with a mix of emotions. The allure of the silver was undeniable. Even a small business venture could have made a significant difference in their lives. Some might not even receive a single tael, further complicating matters. Shao Yunduan found himself grappling with complex emotions, questioning the worth of investing effort in such an imperial court. He pondered the potential impact of the seemingly kind crown prince and whether his efforts to effect change were worthwhile. Disappointment had eroded his confidence, and he no longer harbored the desire to remain in the capital. Smiling with a sense of resignation, Shao Yunduan spoke slowly, "I'm not suggesting that you pursue an official position or rely on the court's charity. Saving yourself is not an impossible task. There are alternatives worth exploring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1584. Must satisfy everyone. Jing Sang stood there, momentarily stunned. The eyes of Wu Guan and Lu Changming sparkled with hope. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Guan inquired, "Lord Shao, do you truly have a solution for us?" Though Jing Sang opened his mouth, no words escaped. Shao Yunduan grinned. "My wife intervened to save those children today, creating a fateful connection between us. Given her compassionate nature, she will undoubtedly address this matter. Elder brother Wu, just be patient. My wife has no affiliations with the court. Possibly, he himself would distance from the capital in the near future." Wu Guan was taken aback. "Madam Shao." "Indeed, that's correct." Anticipating that Wu Guan's skepticism might lead Shao Yunduan to overthink, Jing Sang interjected with a smile. "Brother Yunduan, let's wait and observe." Shao Yunduan chuckled. "You're right, Brother Jing. Allow me to propose a toast to the three of you. Cheers." In the intermediary office of the Heavenly Mansion, Lord Qin was fraught with worry after head steward Wen and his nephew were imprisoned. The concern was not about how the case was conducted but rather about its resolution. Achieving satisfaction from all parties was imperative. This proved to be an arduous task. Uncertain if he could devise a solution that would benefit everyone, Lord Qin contemplated staying awake all night to ponder. Unfortunately, he was denied such an opportunity. In the dead of night, a group of shadowy figures infiltrated the Heavenly Mansion's prison. When head steward Wen, berating his nephew, witnessed the leader revealing his true identity, his previously disheartened demeanor instantly transformed. He hastily rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Commander Wei! Commander Wei! Did His Highness send you? What were His Highness' instructions?" Commander Wei responded with a peculiar smile, saying, "If not for His Highness' orders, why would I venture to such a place in the middle of the night, head steward Wen? His Highness has specifically tasked me with escorting you and your nephew away. With His Highness showing such concern for you, head steward Wen can meet his end without regrets." "What?" Head steward Wen collapsed to the ground, too shocked to offer a retort. Hoarsely, he mumbled, "That can't be." Considering the countless tasks he had undertaken for His Highness and the multitude of challenges he had surmounted, head steward Wen was baffled. His loyalty, dedication, and constant worry for His Highness had earned him the position of head steward in the fourth prince's residence. Could His Highness truly forsake him over a trivial matter? Not only forsake him but also seek his life? It seemed inconceivable. When Fu Xin's mind went blank, he was utterly stupefied. Commander Wei sneered with disdain. If we don't handle this matter decisively, the generals won't be appeased, and General Sun and the second prince won't let it slide easily. Protecting you would erode the general's confidence in His Highness and foster resentment. Head Steward Wen, do you believe yourself worthy of that? Head Steward Wen tried to speak. Commander Wei scoffed. Consider yourself fortunate that His Highness didn't dismember you. If you gracefully end your own life, you might still secure a decent burial. It's your misfortune that you didn't properly discipline your nephew, and you crossed paths with those people today. That's the hand of fate. Just accept it. Had he only clashed with Madame Shao, he might have endured numerous beatings and offered numerous apologies. However, Madame Shao wasn't the only one he had offended. The identity of the person he had antagonized was exceedingly sensitive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1585. Suicide. How could Head Steward Wen fail to grasp the fourth prince's intentions? It became glaringly apparent as Commander Wei spoke, confirming the grim reality. Head Steward Wen realized he was truly in dire straits this time. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I was foolish, utterly foolish. Regret overwhelmed him. Head Steward Wen lunged at Wen Fu Xin, unleashing a torrent of furious blows and kicks. His hoarse voice reverberated with anger as he berated him relentlessly. Wen Fu Xin, defenseless against the onslaught, could only cower, clutching his head, and pleading for mercy while addressing him as uncle. He, too, regretted his actions. If he had foreseen this outcome, he wouldn't have been so reckless, venting his frustration on those youngsters. Little did he know that behind those seemingly insignificant youngsters lurked figures more menacing than beggars. Had he been aware, he wouldn't have dared trouble them, not even at the cost of his life. He felt duped by those youths, who, in his opinion, should have kept their mouths shut. The realization of his own folly weighed heavily on Wen Fu Xin. Commander Wei, amused by the unfolding drama between uncle and nephew, sneered and signaled a few expressionless men in black to step forward. In a swift turn of events, 2 suicides materialized in the prison overnight, appearing to have hanged themselves from the beam, their bodies swaying lifelessly. The following morning, Lord Qin, who had spent the night sleepless with a pounding headache, was met with an even more staggering revelation. Head Steward Wen and his nephew had apparently taken their own lives in the Heavenly Mansion's prison. The shock was so intense that Lord Qin nearly lost his footing. A wave of frustration washed over Lord Qin. He berated himself for his carelessness. The events of the previous night had left him so bewildered that he failed to consider the consequences. Lord Qin couldn't fathom why the Crown Prince would resort to suicide out of fear of punishment. It seemed an unnecessary act. More likely, the fourth prince had silenced him to prevent disclosure of sensitive information. As head steward of the prince's residence, Head Steward Wen likely held numerous secrets about the fourth prince, making a swift decision from the prince understandable. However, with the death occurring in his domain, Lord Qin faced the repercussions. The dilemma weighed heavily on him, and he pondered his next course of action. Enduring his headache, Lord Qin ordered the removal of the corpses, instructing their proper placement. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 grandmasters to strategize. Following the discussion, he dispatched messengers to report to the fourth prince's residence in the East Palace. Ultimately, Lord Qin personally visited the East Palace to apprise the Crown Prince of the situation and extend his apologies. He acknowledged that had he been more vigilant, the tragedy might have been averted. The Crown Prince sighed, expressing his regret. They possessed some courage, but this extreme step was unnecessary. Nonetheless, if they've chosen this path, there's little we can do to dissuade them. Let's conclude the matter here. Proceed to my fourth brother's residence to discuss closing the case, then inform Officer Shao and General Zheng. Yes, Crown Prince. Your understanding is deeply appreciated. I am truly sorry, Lord Qin replied. The Crown Prince's words established the tone for the situation, providing Lord Qin with some relief. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered. Was the Crown Prince's sigh genuine or feigned? Lord Qin found himself unable to discern the Crown Prince's true sentiments, contemplating the enigma of the higher-ups' thinking. In the end, he sighed in resignation. The Crown Prince remained an enigma, his thoughts unfathomable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1586. Too terrifying in truth, the benevolent Crown Prince genuinely held these sentiments, and his emotions were sincere from the depths of his heart. Reflecting on Shao Yunduan's words spoken at the heavenly mansion in front of the fourth prince the previous day, the Crown Prince felt a sudden pang of sympathy for his brother. Simultaneously, he understood that Shao Yunduan likely harbored resentment against him. Recognizing this, he grappled with conflicting emotions. Lord Qin, pushing aside his tangled thoughts, hastened back to the fourth prince's residence. The fourth prince conveyed surprise, shock, heartache, and sighs, ultimately expressing a mix of sadness and magnanimity. Despite head steward Wen's lack of actual wrongdoing, the prince acknowledged his choice to atone for his perceived sins through punishment. In light of this, the fourth prince arranged for the residents to handle the funeral proceedings and ensure a proper burial. This move aimed to appease Madame Shao, Lord Shao, and General Zheng. Lord Qin's heart chilled at the turn of events. Struggling to maintain composure, he respectfully bowed and offered praises to the fourth prince, nearly escaping the residence. The experience was chilling. Although he was the one responsible for the death, the fourth prince managed to put on a flawless act in front of Madame Shao. The deception was unnerving. With the perpetrator having ostensibly committed suicide, the matter concluded naturally. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, however, remained skeptical of the alleged suicides by the chief steward's uncle and nephew, knowing that the impact and consequences of the incident were substantial. While serious, it didn't warrant the uncle and nephew paying with their lives. They would prostrate themselves, offering apologies. The punishment would involve numerous beatings and confinement for several months, perhaps even half a year. However, the notion that the uncle and nephew would willingly commit suicide raised doubts. Did they possess the courage for such a drastic step? Who else, besides the fourth prince, would have both the motive and capability to orchestrate such an event? The fourth prince is truly ruthless, Qiao Xian exclaimed. Shao Yunduan sneered. He's not the one facing death, so why wouldn't he resort to it? Despite his abilities, he remains a servant. While Shao Yunduan acknowledged the fourth prince's capabilities, he didn't view the situation as a loss. Seizing an opportunity to neutralize a capable servant seemed a pragmatic move. Upon learning of the outcome, Zheng Sang and the others maintained silence. Having promised General Sun a visit to the Sun residence, Zheng Sang adhered to his commitment. However, General Sun was unexpectedly absent due to urgent matters. The Sun family's head steward extended a warm invitation to Zheng Sang, expressing apologies on behalf of General Sunday. General Sun had to leave the city urgently. He insisted that if General Zheng arrived, we should extend our hospitality and entertain him. Zheng Sang concealed the mockery deep within him, adopting a composed demeanor and expressing around 30 to 40% gratitude. Having witnessed much of life's complexities, he no longer harbored illusions. A decade ago, he could have garnered attention and saved General Sun's life, earning the general's favor. However, with the passage of time, Zheng Sang lacked official standing, societal status, influential connections, and a notable family background. It was unrealistic for General Sun to genuinely regard him with importance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1587. He knew 10 years ago yesterday's expressions of gratitude were mere formalities. While General Sun's words seemed initiated by politeness, Zheng Sang couldn't afford to be criticized for mistreating his savior. Despite General Sun's status, he felt compelled to honor the invitation. However, with the recent suicides of the uncle and nephew in the Heavenly Mansion's prison, any potential leverage that General Sun and the second prince could exploit had dissipated. Given these circumstances, Zheng Sang questioned whether General Sun would still extend his goodwill. Familiar with the duplicity and varied behaviors of dignitaries a decade ago, Zheng Sang's understanding deepened over time. After sipping tea and engaging in a brief conversation with the butler, Zheng Sang rose to depart. Before leaving, he expressed gratitude, making clear his reluctance to return to officialdom. He emphasized that he appreciated General Sun's kindness but had no intention of resuming his bureaucratic duties. "I will always be grateful, and I hope for your success and fulfillment of your desires," he added. The butler, somewhat relieved, awkwardly smiled and assured Zheng Sang that he would convey the message to General Sunday. Notably, he refrained from attempting to persuade Zheng Sang to stay, revealing General Sun's apprehension about any potential insistence on repayment for the life-saving grace. Expressing his thanks, Zheng Sang received a small silver token of appreciation from the butler. "Here is 300 taels of silver," the butler said, acknowledging Zheng Sang's challenging situation. "This is a modest gesture of our gratitude. Please accept it, General Zheng, and don't feel obliged to decline." Zheng Sang had no desire for it whatsoever. A decade ago, he would have steadfastly refused any form of assistance. Now, after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the envelope containing the banknotes. "Thank you, General." He recognized that declining might not bring him peace of mind. Besides, with people of various ages, ailments, disabilities, and lacking in essentials, 300 taels held significant value. It would prove beneficial to take it back. Expressing sincere thanks, Zheng Sang couldn't ignore the potential intentions behind General Sun's gesture. Nevertheless, he had gained something from the encounter, and gratitude was only natural. As Zheng Sang left, General Sun emerged from behind the partition. "Old master," the butler hastened forward and bowed, conveying, "This man is quite astute. He doesn't linger on matters unnecessarily." Having prepared various words, the butler found himself with no opportunity to share them. General Sun's eyes flickered, a sense of inexplicable frustration settling in. The feeling of hitting cotton did little to uplift his mood, and he recognized a deeper turmoil within himself. "Let it be." After a brief pause, General Sun uttered these words and walked away with firm strides. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1588. What is he trying to do? He was a beggar who had left the bureaucracy 10 years ago, now struggling in destitution. Regardless of his past bravery and excellence, in Emperor Xian's eyes, such an individual was considered worthless and not worth the emperor's attention. Shao Yunduan received a summons to appear in court. Kneeling in the intermediate hall of the Thousand Autumn Palace, Shao Yunduan faced the emperor's scathing reprimands. Emperor Xian of Qi, known for his intelligence, was also conceited and selfish. He had zero tolerance for scheming or anyone, even those who had previously praised him or made significant contributions. Emperor Xian was well informed about the events at the Heavenly Mansion's government office, including the subsequent developments. His keen mind allowed him to discern Shao Yunduan's involvement in the unfolding events. The emperor's thoughts raced, and it didn't take much for him to deduce Shao Yunduan's role. If Shao Yunduan hadn't colluded with Zheng Sang, leading the uncle and nephew into a trap, the situation would not have reached this point. Emperor Xian pondered the motives behind Shao Yunduan's actions. Was he so arrogant and dictatorial as to openly assist the crown prince in eliminating dissidents? Such actions seemed unseemly. Additionally, Zheng Sang and his comrades had already received compensation from the imperial court for their service on the battlefield. How they lived afterward was their own responsibility. Why was Shao Yunduan associating with them and the Sun family, seemingly attempting to instigate conflict and tarnish the court's reputation? Fortunately, the situation hadn't escalated to its worst potential. Otherwise, Emperor Xian might have summoned Shao Yunduan not just for a scolding, but for more severe consequences. "I must warn you," Regardless of your significant contributions, you remain a subject of the Great Qin Empire, an official of the imperial court, not a personal servant of the crown prince. Your achievements do not grant you the privilege of arrogance. Do not harbor delusions that you can act with impunity and scheme against anyone. I will not tolerate it. If there is a next time, your punishment will be severe. Shao Yunduan listened to the emperor's rebuke in silence. As the emperor's anger reached the point of self-cursing, Shao Yunduan, bowing low, uttered, "I am sorry, your majesty. Please punish me." The momentarily calmer emperor, infuriated once again, forcefully slammed a cup of tea onto the coffee table. "How dare you? Shao Yunduan, don't think that you will escape punishment. Do you not understand what's in your best interest? I do not dare otherwise. I have reflected on my actions lately and come to a realization. My success since becoming an official has made me unstable. Although this incident is resolved, I cannot guarantee that I want heir in the future. Your Majesty, please grant me leave." Shao Yunduan felt a sense of relief. No longer desiring to remain in the capital, he contemplated pursuing his own path. What did it matter to him? Unaware that he would need to suppress his anger, feign ignorance of his wife's mistreatment, and continue serving the crown prince diligently, Shao Yunduan envisioned a life devoid of such servitude. He deemed his current role meaningless, devoid of any psychological comfort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1589. Crown Prince's Embarrassment. This was Xie Jingrong's suggestion after gauging the Crown Prince's stance, and it resonated with Shao Yunduan. Initially confused, Shao Yunduan hadn't considered this possibility at first. Indeed, wouldn't it be more advantageous to seek release from his current position rather than persisting in the capital? What one doesn't know or see can't harm them. The future conduct of the Crown Prince, whether good or bad, was no longer of concern to him. Having fulfilled his duties and exerted considerable effort, Shao Yunduan, now emotionally detached, had no intention of obstinately persevering. He envisioned leaving the capital far behind. Regardless of who ruled the empire in the future, he would remain a subject. While he hoped for the Crown Prince's eventual success, he no longer prioritized merit. Fortuitously, he found the right moment to voice his decision. The emperor, caught off guard, briefly froze before responding coldly. "Shao Yunduan, are you serious? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" "Your Majesty, upon reflection, I believe this is the most suitable course of action." The emperor stared at him with a sneer. "So, you do understand your place?" Shao Yunduan kowtowed once more. "Go inform the Crown Prince of your decision." The emperor wanted the Crown Prince to make the final call. Shao Yunduan's heart sank, but he dared not utter further protest. "Yes, I will." Without delay, Shao Yunduan proceeded to the East Palace. Upon hearing that Shao Yunduan sought an audience, the Crown Prince's initial reaction was to devise an excuse to decline. For some inexplicable reason, the Crown Prince felt a slight reluctance to meet Shao Yunduan alone. The awkwardness hung in the air, leaving him uncertain about what to say. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed someone to bring Shao Yunduan in. It wouldn't be prudent to avoid the meeting. What if Shao Yunduan was overanalyzing the situation? That was something the Crown Prince wanted to avoid. The Crown Prince, known for prioritizing others, usually chose to sacrifice himself in conflicts. However, this magnanimity often went unappreciated, making it slightly inappropriate in certain situations. As they exchanged greetings, the initial awkwardness in the Crown Prince's heart began to fade. Observing Shao Yunduan, the Crown Prince had much to express. Ultimately, he sighed and said, "Officer Shao, you didn't have to confront Fourth Brother like that yesterday. Fourth Brother has always been hot-tempered. If he bears a grudge because of this, wouldn't he? Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince." Shao Yunduan calmly cupped his hands. "Actually, it doesn't matter. After all, I am afraid that the Fourth Prince doesn't have any good feelings towards me." Shao Yunduan acknowledged, but inwardly he marveled at the Crown Prince's apparent belief that the uncle and nephew had genuinely taken their own lives. Was the Crown Prince truly so uncomplicated? The revelation left Xiao Yunduan astounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1590. Requesting to be sent away after a prolonged silence, Xiao Yunduan seized the opportunity to reveal the purpose of his visit. The Crown Prince, taken aback, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yunduan and gradually regained his composure. No. I cannot agree. Officer Shao, why entertain such thoughts? It is in your best interest to remain in the capital. Others pursue such endeavors to amass experience, but you are exempt from this necessity. The Crown Prince displayed a mix of anxiety and anger. Undeterred, Xiao Yunduan maintained his resolve. Bowing respectfully, he asserted, Crown Prince, I fear that if I linger in the capital, the fourth prince may stir up trouble, and other princes might exploit the situation. What if it implicates your highness? I have contemplated this, and I believe a temporary departure from the capital to lie low would be prudent. Wouldn't it be beneficial for everyone to alleviate tensions? The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he listened to Xiao Yunduan. Officer Shao, are you still unable to let go of the past? Are you blaming me? Xiao Yunduan paused briefly before responding. Crown Prince, you are reading too much into it. I harbor no such sentiments. Did he really need to pose such a question? Let go? How could he let go? What would happen to his wife if luck hadn't favored her, and she encountered Xie Jingrong and his accomplices? Her survival was due to her own abilities and fortune, but that couldn't serve as an excuse to absolve the fourth prince of any wrongdoing. The Crown Prince attempted to console him, stating, regardless, Madame Shao returned unharmed. She suffered no harm. How could he say that? As a loyal minister, he had to heed the Crown Prince, but his heart remained frigid. Although Xiao Yunduan's denial sounded genuine, the Crown Prince sighed with a bitter smile. I understand that you still harbor resentment, Officer Shao. But who in this world can act without restraint? There are limits to what one can accomplish. Even as the Crown Prince, I am bound by constraints. Could the fourth prince manipulate the Crown Prince's hand with a simple trick, rendering him immobile? Xiao Yunduan, maintaining his composure, respectfully responded, Crown Prince, your wisdom is evident, and I acknowledge it. Despite that, do you still insist on leaving? Inquired the Crown Prince. Xiao Yunduan cast his gaze downward and nodded. Yes, I can gather intelligence for the Crown Prince and avoid conflicts with the fourth prince. Would that not be a win-win situation? I may not harbor resentment from the past, but convincing the fourth prince might be challenging. If he perceives lingering animosity and seizes an opportunity to strike, what recourse do I have? Would I not be burdening the Crown Prince? That is why I believe it's in everyone's best interest for me to depart from the capital. Crown Prince, please grant me this request. Xiao Yunduan knelt down, clasping his hands. The Emperor summoned me to the court today to reprimand me for the incident at the Intermediate Office of Heavenly Mansion yesterday. I have requested the release of the decree, and the Emperor instructed me to inform you. The Crown Prince's heart sank as he looked at Xiao Yunduan, the previously gentle expression now marred. A feeling of disappointment and panic overwhelmed him. He couldn't shake the sense that the bond between him and Xiao Yunduan was irreparably damaged. He resented Xiao Yunduan for magnifying a minor issue and expected more from someone he held in high regard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1591. Why are you so unreasonable? Yet, he remained unyielding. Why are you so obstinate? The Crown Prince exclaimed in slight irritation. Reflect on it. Withdraw your request. Xiao Yunduan chose not to engage in argument but rose from his seat and departed. The Crown Prince, seated on the couch, released a prolonged sigh. Frustrated, he sought solace at the princess consort's residence. Welcoming him with enthusiasm, the princess consort served tea with great hospitality. Observing the Crown Prince's disinterested demeanor, Princess Consort grew concerned and inquired, Crown Prince, what has happened? Is something troubling you? The crown prince seldom discussed political matters with the princess consort, who, in turn, refrained from probing into such affairs. However, Shao Yunduan's situation transcended mere politics. The crown prince sighed. Officer Shao requested release today. I cannot fathom why he would entertain such a notion. Oh, princess consort was taken aback and exclaimed, Crown prince did not acquiesce, did he? They could not allow him to leave. He dared to venture where others hesitated, excelling in tasks beyond the capability of others. His contributions were manifold, including pleasant surprises. That year, the imperial plantation yielded a bountiful potato harvest, eliciting joy from the Ministry of Revenue. The emperor, pleased, commended the crown prince, declaring him a boon to the empire. He asserted that in times of famine, these potatoes could potentially save countless lives. Such merit was priceless and irreplaceable. And Shao Yunduan had orchestrated all of this for the crown prince. Despite her disapproval of Qiao Xian and the belief that Shao Yunduan was overly lenient toward him, the princess consort still wished for Shao Yunduan to remain by the crown prince's side and offer his assistance. The crown prince, inherently kind-hearted, faced limitations with aides and confidants constrained by their reputations. In contrast, Shao Yunduan, a fearless youth, operated without as many worries and constraints. What hindered others did not impede him. The crown prince needed such a fearless ally. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the crown prince remarked, I urged him to reconsider, but Officer Shao remains resolute. He won't change his mind. The princess consort expressed displeasure, stating, as a minister and with the crown prince as the heir, as a scholar and the primus, doesn't he understand the principle of hierarchy? If he's loyal to the crown prince, he shouldn't speak that way. You misunderstand him. The crown prince hesitated before revealing Shao Yunduan's lingering dissatisfaction with Qiao Xian's kidnapping. Princess consort grew even angrier and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The fourth princess consort had approached her, apologizing and explaining that the fourth prince had saved her grandson's life at the cost of almost losing his own. While proud of her grandson's luck, princess consort found the fourth princess consort's request reasonable and couldn't refuse. She agreed immediately and sought to persuade the crown prince. Facing pressure, the crown prince accepted the favor, giving in to princess consort. If Shao Yunduan harbored issues with this matter, it implied princess consort had erred. Naturally, she wasn't pleased. This is even more unjustifiable. Lord Shao, can't you grasp such a simple principle? Fourth brother saved our grandson. We must reciprocate. Ms. Qiao is unharmed, isn't she? What is there to argue about? Is Lord Shao willing to harm us all? That's too much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1592. Ms. Qiao must have instigated it. If I may speculate, Lord Shao wouldn't act so thoughtlessly towards the crown prince. Perhaps it's Ms. Qiao who is influencing him. Maybe Ms. Qiao is behind the request for release. It's difficult to say. That could be the case. The more the princess consort contemplated, the more she believed she was correct, and the more she grew disdainful of Qiao Xian. She sighed, unable to suppress her disappointment. Born into a humble family with no proper upbringing. What a pity for Lord Shao, her words raised doubt in the crown prince. He fell into contemplative silence. Princess consort sneered. I've been saying that Ms. Qiao will run into trouble sooner or later, and I am right. A virtuous wife should steer clear of such complications. Crown Prince dismissed it with a wave. That's their family affair. Let's not dwell on it. Princess consort felt a twinge of frustration. The family affair? While true, if it jeopardized the crown prince's interests, it ceased to be a simple family matter. She couldn't fathom why the crown prince indulged Ms. Qiao to such an extent. It was perplexing. What's your plan? What else could he do? Crown Prince sighed. Wait and observe. At the Shao mansion, Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, Xie Jingrong, and Zhao Shu engaged in a discussion. The possibility of Shao Yunduan leaving the capital hung in uncertainty. The crown prince wouldn't easily let him go, but Shao Yunduan was determined to depart. He had no intention of prolonging his stay in the capital any further. He couldn't bear to see Qiao Xian harmed again. As long as Qiao Xian remained alive, the fourth prince would eventually yield to the crown prince, bringing an end to the situation. She's perfectly fine. But what if, one day, Qiao Xian's luck ran out, and she couldn't return? Would they be able to say, "Forget it, she's gone, why persist?" His efforts for the crown prince, especially the potato incident, had not only earned the emperor's admiration and respect but had also garnered widespread support. He had become a thorn in the sides of the other princes. The challenges wouldn't cease. In such circumstances, resigning wasn't appropriate. He could only release it, signifying a pause and admission of defeat. As long as the fourth prince and the others weren't foolish, they wouldn't proactively harm him. At most, they would observe from a distance. It wasn't that Shao Yunduan was arrogant, but the fourth prince might place him in a crucial position if he ever gained control. He hadn't been with the crown prince for long and wasn't irreplaceable. If that day truly arrived, it would be the day he resigned. Qiao Xian desired distance from the capital. What was so appealing about this place? She might as well be a local official, a local leader. To farm happily and earn money without exhaustion sounded ideal. Xie Jingrong worried about Qiao Xian's safety, which aligned with his hopes. Zhao Shu? He wanted to settle matters quickly so he could get married. Qiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If the crown prince is unwilling, the fourth prince must be eager, right? If the fourth prince lends his support, Xie Jingrong smiled. That's a solid plan, but we must proceed with caution to ensure that no one discovers our intentions. I'll devise another approach for Princess Consort's family. Shao Yunduan chuckled. Regardless, my decision remains unchanged. If the crown prince values our connection, he'll acquiesce. Over time, word of Shao Yunduan's departure from the capital started circulating. The fourth prince became intrigued and sought to verify the accuracy of the information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1593. Tit for tat. The crown prince seethed with anger, adamant about rejecting anyone associated with the East Palace. However, Shao Yunduan's demeanor remained ambiguous and perplexing. Contrary to appearances, Shao Yunduan's stance was crystal clear. The fourth prince, growing increasingly convinced, desired to expedite Shao Yunduan's departure from the capital. This individual's presence in the capital's intermediate had brought about too many complications. The farther he went, the better. Initially skeptical of Princess Consort's words, the crown prince now found himself infuriated and placed blame on Qiao Xian. Summoned to the East Palace, Qiao Xian received a severe reprimand from Princess Consort. The intention was to urge her to adopt a generous and virtuous attitude, to not harbor selfish resentments. What more could she gain by ruining her husband's career? In the face of accusations, Qiao Xian grew indignant. I fail to comprehend your meaning and I don't understand why you're telling me this. Princess Consort's anger escalated, and she sneered. You claim not to understand? You've always been audacious and intelligent. What's there not to understand? Princess Consort, you flatter me. I'm unworthy of such praise, Qiao Xian replied with a slight bow, maintaining composure. I am not impolite, I am not virtuous, and I am not selfish. Princess Consort, where did you come across these words? You. Princess Consort, is my husband worthless and foolish? Having seemingly discovered a vulnerability in Qiao Xian's demeanor, Princess Consort snapped, Ms. Qiao, how can you speak ill of your own husband? You're not a good wife. Princess Consort, do you not grasp? I am inquiring about your opinion, not endorsing any particular view. So, do you also believe that my husband is not that kind of person? In that case, my husband should be the one to judge whether I am virtuous, magnanimous, or selfish, correct? My husband has always treated me kindly and has never accused me of being a bad person. I am genuinely perplexed. Where did these accusations originate, Princess Consort? Has someone maligned me in your presence? I will not accept being falsely accused. Princess Consort, Kindly clarify and vindicate my reputation. Princess consort, incensed, retorted, Ms. Qiao, are you attempting to force me? How dare you? Do you comprehend the hierarchy? I'm simply seeking an explanation. Otherwise, I won't endure this tarnished reputation while remaining in the capital. Princess consort, irritated by the mention of staying in the capital, snapped at Zhao. How dare you resort to such threats? Fine, I won't beat around the bush, I'll explain. You were abducted, princess consort, Qiao Xian interjected, expressing confusion. What are you talking about? I am becoming increasingly baffled. Princess consort was caught off guard. Qiao Xian's kidnapping hadn't been made public. Shao Yunduan had informed the crown prince privately, with the crown prince opting to keep it under wraps. Upon Qiao Xian's pushback, the crown prince instructed princess consort not to openly discuss the matter. However, she cared little for the directive. In fact, she relished the idea of seeking revenge and eagerly anticipated the widespread dissemination of this information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1594. Chapter 1595. She cared little about the potential spread of rumors and the trouble it might bring to Qiao Xian. Princess consort spoke coldly. You understand perfectly well what I'm referring to. There are no outsiders here. They are all my confidants. There's no need for you to feign ignorance. You were taken. Who abducted me? Princess consort, enlighten me with the whole story. When did this supposed kidnapping occur? Once again, princess consort choked, her face fluctuating between red and white. This time, she found herself speechless. Could she admit that the fourth prince was behind the abduction? She didn't dare, lacking any evidence. If news spread through her servants, the fourth prince would likely retaliate first. Feeling the weight of Qiao Xian's challenge, princess consort grew increasingly embarrassed and frustrated. You know what happened? I'm genuinely unsure, so princess consort, please enlighten me. You. Princess consort panted, glaring at Qiao Xian. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She was evidently seething with anger. I have underestimated you, she gritted her teeth, raising her eyes and speaking in a deep tone. Miss Qiao, you are even more uncouth than I thought. I've never encountered such a shrew in the marketplace. It has broadened my horizons. The palace maids and attendants lowered their heads, their bodies tense. Holding their breath, they dared not make a sound. Auntie Fu, absent due to illness, was missed by everyone. In this charged atmosphere, no one dared to speak, and only Auntie Fu would have the courage to do so. Certainly, no one anticipated that Madame Shao would dare provoke Princess Consort to such an extent. Princess Consort, known for her demure and gentle demeanor, had never been witnessed losing her temper or speaking impolitely. Concern and worry spread among those present. Qiao Xian, unfazed, felt nothing. While the harsh words from Princess Consort might have caused other noble ladies to faint from embarrassment, Qiao Xian seemed prepared to engage in another 300 rounds of verbal sparring. With a blink, she regarded Princess Consort with confusion. Princess Consort, since you've never witnessed me behaving like a shrew in the market, how can you claim that I am? Pardon my lack of comprehension, but I genuinely don't understand. You Miss Qiao. Princess Consort screamed, her embarrassment darkening her vision. You're deliberately opposing me. How dare you? Trembling with anger, her voice cracking, Princess Consort grew even more furious. While Qiao Xian seemed unconvinced, she chose not to say anything further. Princess Consort's anger escalated. Lord Shao has such a troublesome wife. It's no wonder he can't find peace. I will teach you the meaning of virtue. Scanning the surroundings, she called out, Xiaoxing, come here. The palace maid named Xiaoxing assessed the situation in front of everyone. Forcing herself to remain composed, she walked forward with a stiff posture, head lowered, and a wildly beating heart. She silently prayed that it wasn't what she feared. Princess Consort addressed Qiao Xian coldly. Xiaoxing is my favorite attendant. Gentle, quiet, talented, and knowledgeable in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Take her home and let her serve Lord Shao from now on. Let's see how a woman should conduct herself. Xiaoxing's face paled, and fear welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to go. Madame Shao would never forgive her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1595. Not a word is allowed to be spread. Xiao Xian, infuriated, burst into laughter. Why were these women so keen on meddling in others' affairs? It seemed they resented Shao Yunduan because he didn't have concubines like their own husbands did. To appease their insecurities, they sought to find a match for Shao Yunduan. Xiao Xian retorted, "I'm a jealous woman, so I cannot comply with your request. Princess consort, why not send her to my husband and see if he accepts her?" Princess consort widened her eyes. "How dare you refuse me? I am jealous, princess consort." Xiaoxing's legs turned to jelly. Plop. She knelt down, unable to stand any longer. In her heart, she fervently wished for a refusal. "I'll take my leave now, princess consort. If you need anything, you can inform my husband. As long as he doesn't mind, I don't mind either. I'll defer to his judgment. I wouldn't dare to trouble princess consort further. I'll take my leave." Qiao Xian bowed and departed slowly. Princess consort, frustrated, glared at Qiao Xian, attempting to halt her. But what did it matter if she kept Qiao Xian there? This person was simply incorrigible. As a member of the government and the crown prince's wife, could she administer a lesson and punish her as she did with the intermediate servants in the East Palace? Clearly not. Furthermore, she would not stoop to such disgraceful and ungentlemanly behavior, enough for others to mock her behind her back. Princess consort seethed with anger. She trembled with fury, her breath erratic. What an audacious Miss Qiao! She was excessively arrogant. Where did she find the audacity to behave this way? Princess consort took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and spoke coldly, "If word of today's events spreads, none of you will be spared. Remember, each and every one of you." The maids hastily knelt down. "Yes, princess consort. All of you may leave." "Understood." The more princess consort dwelled on the situation, the angrier she became. She stood motionless, seething with indignation. Qiao Xian exited the prince's mansion and entered the carriage. As she settled into her seat, her heart raced, and her limbs felt weak. She patted her chest, heaving a sigh of relief. She was somewhat apprehensive. She couldn't fathom where she found the courage to confront princess consort face to face, provoking such fury in return. While it felt gratifying at the time, the aftermath might result in a lasting feud. Upon returning home, Qiao Xian instructed Yi to summon her husband if there were no urgent matters. The more she contemplated the situation, the more overwhelmed she felt. She needed to confess to her husband and then shift the blame to him, allowing him to devise a solution. Yi was remarkably swift. Shao Yunduan returned promptly upon learning that Qiao Xian sought him. "My darling husband, you're back so quickly." Qiao Xian greeted him with a smile. Now that she had regained composure, her limbs felt invigorated. Shao Yunduan raised an eyebrow, appraising her. Qiao Xian led him to sit down and said eagerly, "It seems I've caused you some trouble." Seeing that she was still in a joking mood, Shao Yunduan felt relieved. He embraced her and remarked, "The trouble you've caused isn't trouble at all. It's the fault of others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1596. Strike first. Qiao Xian couldn't help but laugh, sighing, "I was too impulsive today. I showed no mercy." With nothing to hide from Shao Yunduan, who had a good memory, Qiao Xian recounted everything about princess consort summoning her to deliver a reprimand. Shao Yunduan expressed sympathy for his daughter-in-law. "It's been hard on you," he said. He sneered, adding, "My wife is right. I also want to ask princess consort, who gave her that information, or how did she know? What right does she have to judge my wife like that? What does our family's business have to do with others?" I really can't stay in the capital anymore. Qiao Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, that makes me so angry. Why am I not virtuous and selfish? Shao Yunduan smiled and kissed her face, praising her with an indulgent look. That is nonsense. My wife is virtuous, generous, and kind-hearted. You are the best in my heart. Covering her face, Qiao Xian smiled, lying in his arms. Shao Yunduan felt sorry for her but also worried she might get scared, so he kept her company and provided comfort. They laughed for a while, and Shao Yunduan was relieved when he saw that his wife was fine. Thinking about what she had told him, he couldn't help but feel angry again. Oh yes. Qiao Xian suddenly remembered something and said, Princess Consort is going to complain to the Crown Prince. I have seen through her, and God knows how much she will twist the truth. It will be bad if the Crown Prince believes what she says and causes some misunderstanding. Why don't you go to the Crown Prince? At the very least, he had to make the first move. That was why Qiao Xian asked someone to bring Shao Yunduan home. It was true that they were planning to leave the capital, and it was also true that they were disappointed in the Crown Prince. However, it did not mean that they were going to fall out with each other. Everything I said is the truth. Of course, I believe you. You are not that kind of person. Shao Yunduan smiled and squeezed Qiao Xian's hands. Don't worry, Princess Consort will not expose us. Qiao Xian was startled. Why? He explained, I don't believe she will. Think about it. Princess Consort has always been a dignified and virtuous woman who values her reputation. She will undoubtedly be angry with you, but complaining to the Crown Prince would make her seem useless and shameless. So, she won't do it. Not only will she refrain from complaining, but she will also instruct the servants around her to remain silent. Qiao Xian was left speechless. Oh, I understand a little now. Aren't they tired of living like this? Sigh. Shao Yunduan laughed. That is their own choice. Don't learn from them. I hope that no matter what happens, you will confide in me. Qiao Xian chuckled. Don't worry, I am very good at that. They exchanged smiles. Shao Yunduan said, Just pretend that you have never told me about this. Okay. Qiao Xian pondered for a moment and said, I am scared and regretful about such a disgraceful thing. Of course, I don't dare to say it, and I wish it had never happened. Shao Yunduan stifled a laugh and nodded seriously. Exactly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1597. Complaint. Shao Yunduan gently caressed her face and spoke with sympathy. My poor wife, you must be frightened and filled with regret. You must be going through a terrible time. Qiao Xian couldn't help but chuckle within the warmth of his embrace. As anticipated, the princess consort refrained from airing her grievances to the crown prince. Despite her anger, she composed herself, presenting a dignified and virtuous facade when she encountered the princess consort again. Though she refrained from vocal complaints, hints of her discontent still slipped through. I attempted to console her, hoping that Miss Qiao would influence Lord Shao upon returning home. Lord Shao values her opinion, but Miss Qiao appears reluctant and uncooperative. I'm concerned that I'm at a loss. I can't decipher her thoughts. I've asked her numerous questions, but she seems unwilling to share anything. Crown Prince, Miss Qiao seems to harbor animosity towards me and the East Palace. But Lord Shao places his trust in her. With her by his side, I fear, the Crown Prince frowned, grappling with conflicting thoughts. If not for Qiao Xian's covert financial assistance, he would have sought Princess Consort's aid to exert pressure on Qiao Xian. In the end, it's not ideal for Lord Shao to be without allies. If you were to inquire, Lord Shao might not refuse. All right, no need to concern yourself with that, the Crown Prince interjected, cutting off Princess Consort. Hadn't he mentioned it jokingly? Fortunately, he only voiced it half seriously. Even if refused, it wouldn't be overly awkward. Once was sufficient. Erase the plan. Tomorrow, send some pastries to the Shao mansion and deliver them to Miss Qiao. Have someone engage her in conversation, persuade her. She might not voice her concerns in your presence, but it could be more effective coming from the servants and maids. Princess Consort seethed with annoyance. She was tempted to flatly reject him. Today, Miss Qiao exhibited no mercy and left in a haughty manner. Yet, in the end, Princess Consort dispatched someone to deliver pastries to Miss Qiao the next day as a gesture of consolation and an attempt to coax her into a civil conversation. Miss Qiao would likely revel in the notion that she was receiving an apology. The situation was undeniably exasperating. Even the Empress, noble consort, and troublesome sisters-in-law in the palace had never subjected her to such humiliation. But compelled by the Crown Prince's statement, she found no grounds to refuse. "Yes, Crown Prince, I understand." Through gritted teeth and considerable frustration, Princess Consort managed to force these words out in a tone that resonated across the entire area. While Qiao Xian had initially intended to visit Lu Fu, Qing Lian, and Qiao Qiao the next day, Princess Consort had preemptively sent someone. Upon their arrival, Auntie Liang and the two maids were welcomed, expressing gratitude for the 2 boxes of snacks. Qiao Xian couldn't decipher Princess Consort's intentions. One thing remained certain: her husband's intuition was correct. Princess Consort refrained from escalating the situation. Had she intended to do so, today's envoy would not have delivered snacks but demanded an apology. Expecting Auntie Liang to depart after offering snacks, Qiao Xian was surprised when she revealed that Princess Consort desired a private conversation. Instructing Li Xia and Li Qiao to stand guard at the door, the 2 accompanying maids awaited outside the parlor. As a witness to the events of the previous day and Princess Consort's confidant, Auntie Liang did not extend a warm welcome to Qiao Xian. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1598. Mrs. Shao is reasoning. The situation remained unchanged. Pride emanated unabated, and her words lacked any semblance of courtesy. Princess Consort seemed to be seething with anger from the previous day, as evidenced by Auntie Liang's unapologetic revelation. Employing both gentle persuasion and coercive tactics, she made clear the repercussions if Qiao Xian failed to prevent Shao Yunduan from departing the capital. His career would crumble, and Qiao Xian would bear the blame. Auntie Liang spared no criticism, accusing Qiao Xian of pettiness, selfishness, and callousness. Despite being unscathed, she insisted on feigning distress, jeopardizing her husband's future. In Auntie Liang's eyes, she was nothing more than a foolish and unruly woman. Infuriated by these words, Qiao Xian scoffed, retorting, "My well-being is a result of my own capabilities, not someone else's mercy. Why shouldn't I prioritize myself? While my life may not hold the same value as Princess Consort's own grandson, I still value it." Auntie Liang's response was icy. "You should refrain from discussing such matters in front of your superiors. Madame Shao has resided in the capital long enough to grasp this basic principle." Despite her shorter tenure in the capital, Qiao Xian shot back. "I've heard of the principle that a prince and a commoner face equal consequences. Have you not? Your emphasis on seniority doesn't grant the authority to take another's life. Dare you assert that publicly, Auntie Liang? Why bother with the Ministry of Justice, Great Justice Temple, and the Heavenly Mansion? If superiority is the only measure, disputes could be resolved by determining who is more eminent." Auntie Liang erupted, "Madame Shao, you are being unreasonable." Dismissing her with disdain, Qiao Xian retorted, "I stand on the right side of reason. What about you? Besides hounding me, what else do you comprehend?" Auntie Liang trembled in response. Qiao Xian exuded an air of arrogance. She raised the corner of her eyes, narrowing them at Auntie Liang. "Auntie Liang, do you have anything else to say? If not, please leave." "No. Even if I did, explaining it to Madame Shao would be futile." Auntie Liang sneered, locking eyes with Qiao Xian. "I will report everything you said to Princess Consort." Qiao Xian nodded, unwavering. "Then, Auntie Liang, you must keep your promise." Auntie Liang found herself at a loss for words. Too arrogant. Unbearably arrogant. How could she? Qiao Xian remained composed. "Avoid exaggeration," Stick to the truth. Any deviation is on your conscience. Unable to endure any longer, Auntie Liang snorted heavily and left, wearing a furious expression. Qiao Xian paid her no mind. Once Auntie Liang departed, she gathered Li Xia, Li Qiao, Mian Mian, and Yi and set off for Zheng Sang's residence in the north of the city. Having received the address from Zheng Sang and the others, locating their destination wasn't challenging. However, as the road grew dirtier, bumpier, and more disorderly, and the surroundings turned increasingly dilapidated, Qiao Xian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such squalor beneath the emperor's jurisdiction. This served as a stark reminder that the past and present shared similarities. Regardless of a city's development and prosperity, impoverished individuals persisted in the lower classes, and the areas where they congregated often went overlooked. Not only was the locale unkempt and chaotic, but the roads were also in terrible condition, resembling a maze. Ramshackle, short shanties dotted the landscape, highlighting the stark disparity within the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1599. Visit. Perhaps due to the rarity of carriages traversing this area, the deeper they ventured, the more curious onlookers gathered. Many children trailed behind them, their laughter and screams filling the air. After navigating through a labyrinthine small alley, Ai guided the carriage past two sizable puddles, ultimately halting in front of a large, rundown courtyard. Two robust locust trees stood outside the courtyard, their trunks resembling a tight embrace. The red bricks, half the height of a person, formed a dilapidated wall. Moss clung to the base, and the outer surface exhibited mottled patterns, revealing a grayish-white decay. Wind and rain had eroded the original courtyard doors, now reduced to shambles. Though patched up, the wooden boards looked even more weathered, emphasizing the overall dilapidation. Approaching, Li Xia gently knocked on the door. It creaked open slightly. Surprised, she called inside, "Is anyone here? Does Mr. Zheng Sang reside in this place?" A stir echoed within the yard. Soon, an elderly woman cautiously opened the door, scrutinizing Li Xia with cloudy eyes. She inquired, "Miss, who are you?" Several children, both boys and girls, clustered behind the old lady. Clad in worn, patched clothing, they appeared small and frail. The oldest seemed no more than 6 or 7 years old, while the youngest was a mere 3 years old. Timid yet curious gazes met Lixius. Shyly, they averted their eyes, offering tentative and bashful smiles. Li Xia reciprocated with a hurried smile and explained, "We are friends of Mr. Zheng Sang's old master and madam. We had agreed to visit Mr. Zheng 2 days ago. Is he at home?" The old lady exclaimed, "Ah." Then, with a smile, she said, "You're little Zheng's friend? Come in. Yan Jing, come back with Uncle Zheng." The two children nodded and scurried away. Several more elderly men emerged from the house, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Qiao Xian extended a warm greeting, a smile lighting up her face as she entered with Li Xia and Ai. Initially a bit apprehensive, the elderly men quickly eased their nerves in the presence of Qiao Xian's amiable demeanor and gentle tone. They graciously invited her to take a seat in the room. The courtyard, initially spacious, now teemed with structures. Besides the mud houses, there were wooden buildings with thatched roofs, exhibiting signs of age and decay. Despite the limited space, the small area accommodated various crops like garlic sprouts, green onions, and coriander. Understandably, with over 70 people residing here, the crowded conditions necessitated such construction. "We don't have much here, and the place is a bit messy. Madam Shao, please forgive us," one of the elders apologized. "It's absolutely fine, don't worry. You're very welcome." Qiao Xian reassured them. Having anticipated the sizable group, Qiao Xian had brought ample food supplies. The 3 baskets unloaded from the wagon were brimming with pork, mutton, eggs, carrots, cabbages, winter melons, tofu, dried beans, dried mushrooms, various snacks, fresh apples, pears, dates, and more. Additionally, 10 live chickens and 30 caddies of rice and noodles rounded out the provisions. Expressing profound gratitude, the elders conveyed their thanks, while the children's eyes sparkled with desire as they gazed at the array of offerings. Qiao Xian, maintaining her warm demeanor, instructed Mian Mian to open a packet of peanuts and sesame candy for everyone to enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1600. Proposal. The children hesitated, glancing at the elders for approval. Amused, the elders encouraged them, "Go on, take it. Thank Madame Shao." Only then did the children break into cheers, expressing their gratitude softly. Zheng Sang and his brothers, who happened to be at a warehouse a few streets away transporting goods, quickly delegated their tasks to rush back upon hearing the news. Despite a prompt return, it took more than half an hour for them to reach their residence. Madame Shao. Zheng Sang, having washed up and changed his clothes, entered the hall with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. I had no idea you were coming today." Qiao Xian reassured him with a smile. "I understand that you're busy. Waiting a bit longer is no trouble at all. Brother Zheng, you're very welcome." Zheng Sang smiled and proceeded to introduce Qiao Xian to the elders. Aware that Qiao Xian was the same Ms. Qiao who had assisted their children a few days ago, the elders expressed their gratitude with smiles. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it became evident that Zheng Sang had matters to discuss with Qiao Xian, prompting everyone else to take their leave. "Madame Shao, thank you so much." Assuming Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's visit was merely a formality, Zheng Sang was pleasantly surprised by Qiao Xian's presence and the generous offerings she brought. Qiao Xian smiled, surveying the room, and addressed Zheng Sang straightforwardly. "I can see that you're a straightforward man, so I won't beat around the bush. It must be challenging for you to lead such a large family." Zheng Sang wore a bitter smile. Among the group were the disabled, the sick, the elderly, the young, the frail, the women, and the children, all already burdened with hardships. With no family background to support them, their sorrow was palpable. "Since our paths have crossed, I have an offer for you. Would you be open to considering it?" Had it been General Sun or the Crown Prince, Zheng Sang would have promptly declined. However, contemplating Qiao Xian's proposal, he hesitated before responding, "Please, go on." Having witnessed Qiao Xian's compassion and equality in their treatment, particularly towards the rescued children, Zheng Sang sensed a genuine sincerity. Qiao Xian smiled, elaborating, "We own a farm in Cloud Water Town with over 200 mu, and I am planning to acquire several hundred more mu. The land requires cultivation and care. If Brother Zheng is willing, why not join us? For us, matters of public and private concern are private. We'll provide you with housing, accommodation, farming tools, employ you for cultivation under a contract, and ensure monthly remuneration. Additionally, we'll allocate 3 mu of land for your personal kitchen garden. You can grow a variety of vegetables for personal consumption. If there are leftovers, you can even raise chickens and ducks. What do you think? If you're interested, we can discuss the details later." Zheng Sang chuckled, surprised that Madame Shao, as an official's wife, possessed such practicality and knowledge of raising chickens and ducks. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny the appeal of the offer. Temptation tugged at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1601. Tempted. Despite receiving 300 taels of silver from General Sun and 200 taels each from the Crown Prince's and the 4th Prince's residences, they had used a substantial portion to procure medicines for their tortured brothers. The expenses included high-quality ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, totaling over 100 taels. Remaining cautious, they refrained from touching the remaining silver, preserving it for future herbal remedies and the upcoming winter. Their lack of business knowledge deterred them from taking financial risks. Madame Shao's proposal offered a long-term solution, providing not just a place to settle down but also stable employment. Furthermore, the promise of 3 mu of land for vegetable cultivation and raising chickens and ducks was particularly enticing. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu, who had always harbored dreams of poultry farming, now saw an opportunity to realize their aspirations. To be honest, your suggestion is truly tempting. Are there any specific requirements? Zheng Sang inquired. Qiao Xian, smiling at the chance to help, responded, I have no special requirements. We cultivate a variety of crops each year: potatoes, watermelons, cantaloupes, and even turnips and cabbages in autumn. Your responsibilities would include farming, weeding, watering, and harvesting according to the seasonal demands. The children, being young, can attend school if they wish. We'll cover half the expenses, and the other half should be sufficient. As for wages, men aged 15 to 65 receive 3 taels of silver monthly, while women receive 2 taels. For those between 12 and 15, the monthly wage is 2 taels. Those below 12 are not included. In addition, on the 15th of August every year, and during the Spring Festival, we distribute rewards. Everyone receives a minimum of 2 taels of silver, along with provisions such as rice, flour, oil, cloth, and more. Every year, 2 sets of clothing, shoes, and socks for both spring and winter are also provided. This arrangement applies to everyone aged 12 to 65. Qiao Xian, however, did not extend these benefits to younger children and senile old men. It wasn't a matter of affordability, but rather an understanding that excessive generosity might not evoke gratitude but instead breed greed. It would also foster dissatisfaction among those who put in the effort to earn their wages. Not everyone might harbor such feelings, but the majority likely would. Qiao Xian held the belief that individuals like Zheng Sang and Lu Fu were good-hearted, yet she acknowledged the potential for less virtuous thoughts among them. With the offered conditions, Qiao Xian believed that as long as those capable of working exerted themselves, it would suffice to support others. Zheng Sang found the proposal increasingly tempting. He saw nothing amiss with Qiao Xian's arrangement. On the contrary, he deemed it highly reasonable. Recognizing that Qiao Xian owed them nothing and had extended a rare opportunity, he was more than willing to consider it. Your terms are already very generous, much better than our current situation. Zheng Sang expressed gratitude with a smile and a sigh. I thank you, sister-in-law. I'll discuss it with everyone tonight. Is Brother Yunduan at home tomorrow? I plan to visit him, or if the postnatal is fine too. Qiao Xian, pleased with Zheng Sang's positive response, felt reassured. If he found the proposal favorable, the others would likely share the sentiment. It was genuinely a beneficial offer. All right, I'll eagerly await the good news from you, Brother Zheng. Why don't we meet tomorrow? In fact, our manor was initially looking to hire workers. It's not a special arrangement for you, Brother Zheng. Please don't overthink it, Qiao Xian suggested with a warm smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1602. Promising Sang expressed his gratitude with a grateful smile and a nod. Regardless, I must thank you, sister-in-law. As Qiao Xian took her leave, several elderly individuals and children gathered around her. Zheng Sang, wearing a smile, remarked, "This is a positive development. Let's discuss it further tonight." For now, he chose to keep his words concise. Verbal explanations could be easily misconstrued, and it would prove challenging to clarify later on. It seemed prudent to wait until everyone had spoken their minds. Being trusted by everyone, Zheng Sang's affirmation carried weight. The anticipation among the group was palpable, especially among those like Wu Guan, Lu Changming, Lu Fu, and Qing Lian who had faith in Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. The positive impression of Qiao Xian further solidified as the elders and children interacted with her. In the evening, as those who had made up their minds gathered in the courtyard, the children huddled together eagerly awaiting the news. Zheng Sang conveyed the details of Qiao Xian's proposal. As expected, the atmosphere became joyous upon hearing the news. Wu Guan, Lu Changming, Lu Fu, and Qing Lian, staunch supporters of Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, spoke in favor. Importantly, the current living conditions, grim and oppressive, fueled the collective desire for change. While the mutual support of the community provided solace, the daily struggle left them yearning for something more. Now, presented with a potential path to hope, The temptation was undeniable. Despite the challenges, it seemed no worse than their current situation. The prospect of improvement was too enticing to ignore. Wu Guan and the others, familiar with Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, grew anxious, fearing that someone might miss the opportunity to visit the Shao mansion. They urged Jing Sang to make the visit the following morning. Brother Yunduan and sister-in-law won't deceive us. There's no need for that. They are being kind. We just have to work hard and not let them down. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, I'm afraid it won't come again. Auntie Qiao is so gentle and good. I hope to see her often in the future. Brother Zheng, you must agree. This is good for all of us. Zheng Sang, already enticed by the idea, observed everyone sharing the same positive opinion. He nodded with a smile, saying, "In that case, I'll go over and inform them tomorrow. If we can settle it, we'll do so as soon as possible." "That is great. All right. Cheers erupted, resonating like the joy of the new year. Witnessing the collective happiness, Zheng Sang felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He couldn't help but laugh. Early the next morning, Zheng Sang, accompanied by Wu Guan and Lu Changming, visited the Shao residence. Although Qing Lian and Xiao Qiao expressed their desire to go, and other children wanted to join, Zheng Sang decided to go alone. Having informed Shao Yunduan about the matter the previous day, Shao Yunduan had taken a day off. In the morning, Zheng Sang and the others arrived to convey their gratitude and acceptance of Shao Yunduan's goodwill. Qiao Xian, brimming with smiles, and the couple began discussing the details. Observing Lu Fu and Qing Lian, Qiao Xian noted that Zheng Sang had instilled good values in the children. The youngsters, despite their worn clothes, had made an effort to appear tidy. Living in the dilapidated slums, their efforts to maintain cleanliness and order in the crowded courtyard did not go unnoticed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1603, Coercion. They were grappling with poverty and despair, yet they faced the world with smiles and kindness. Qiao Xian observed no signs of extreme bitterness, hatred, cynicism, cunningness, or deceit in them. These individuals carried their own stories and had reached this point due to helplessness. The innocent eyes and pure hearts of the children moved Qiao Xian deeply. While she couldn't be their savior, she could extend help to those destined for it. Rather than merely providing financial support to 70 to 80 people, Qiao Xian believed in the principle of teaching them to fish, not just giving them fish. Recognizing that the manor needed additional manpower, Qiao Xian saw an opportunity to arrange for them to work there. Trusting Zheng Sang, she considered him capable of overseeing the manor in their absence. As for Songshi, leaving with them was a natural course of action. Qiao Xian had limited personnel under her, and they were essential. During their discussions, Qiao Xian involved Songshi and Qing Yan in the decision-making process. Given the shortage of housing in the manor, Song's insights into suitable locations proved invaluable. After an entire morning of discussions and scheduling an appointment with Songshi to bring the group to the manor the next day, Zheng Sang and the others departed. Further details would be ironed out between Songshi and Zheng Sang, with those still undecided communicating their expenditures to Qiao Xian. Shao Yunduan requested that Qiao Xian refrain from going out for the next few days. Gradually, whispers of gossip circulated from the outside. Allegedly, due to Lord Shao's desire for release, Princess Consort sent Madame Shao to the prince's mansion, reprimanding her for not being virtuous enough to care for her husband. The insinuation was that Lord Shao's thoughts wouldn't have strayed if Madame Shao had been more attentive, leading to accusations of jealousy and disrespect. In summary, Madame Shao faced severe scolding from Princess Consort, leaving her trembling and pale as she exited the mansion. Upon hearing the rumors, the recovered Auntie Fu reported to Princess Consort. Startled by the news, Princess Consort's initial concern was whether some maids had leaked the information. Consequently, she summoned all the maids and interrogated them. Frightened, the maids knelt and begged for mercy, vehemently swearing not to utter a word to anyone. Princess Consort, known for her strictness with the crown prince and other noble ladies, had left everyone too terrified to speak when Madame Shao had angered her. Her resolve not to let Madame Shao off was unwavering. Boldly reminding Princess Consort, Auntie Liang voiced her concerns. Princess Consort, we don't have the courage to do that, but it's hard to predict what Madame Shao might do. Others, finding someone to shift blame to, echoed this sentiment. Princess Consort frowned, contemplating the situation. It hadn't occurred to her before that Madame Shao might not keep this incident a secret. In her perspective, Qiao Xian would want to keep the matter private. Why would she disclose it to anyone? Wouldn't she feel embarrassed to publicize it? Auntie Fu sighed inwardly, gently attempting to persuade Princess Consort. Princess Consort, Auntie Liang has been your loyal servant for many years and would never dare to defy you. However, in this world, keeping secrets between two people is challenging. Perhaps Madame Shao's maid might unintentionally say something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1604. Anger. Princess Consort nodded slowly, acknowledging the possibility. It made sense to her that the leak might have come from within Madame Shao's household. With a sneer, she commented, Miss Qiao is so incompetent that she can't even manage her maids. Auntie Fu sighed internally, wondering why Princess Consort was fixating on this matter. Princess Consort, if it's a misunderstanding, why not ask them to leave? Auntie Fu suggested. Leave. Princess Consort commanded, prompting everyone to express their thanks and hastily depart, relieved to escape the situation. As the room cleared, Auntie Fu hesitated before speaking. Princess Consort, the sudden spread of this news is unusual. I didn't dare hide it from you, and the rumors aren't favorable. This doesn't seem normal. Unperturbed, Princess Consort sneered. Since the rumor has spread, let it be. It's not far from the truth anyway. Ms. Qiao isn't exactly virtuous or free from jealousy, is she? Let her feel the repercussions of being feared by others. I had intended to save her some face, but she probably wouldn't be appreciative even if I did. Curiously, she inquired, what are the rumors circulating outside? Auntie Fu sighed ruefully. Even if Princess Consort hadn't asked, she would have had to explain. She recounted the gossip, revealing that there were murmurs about Lord Shao intending to depart the capital for training, a common occurrence. However, the Crown Prince opposed this idea, leading to tension between them. Subsequently, Princess Consort summoned Madame Shao, aiming to dissuade Lord Shao from leaving the capital and remaining an official there. Despite Madame Shao's loyalty to her husband, Princess Consort resorted to force and humiliation, pressuring her to halt Lord Shao's departure. Princess Consort's actions aimed to manipulate Madame Shao into halting Lord Shao's plans by exploiting their marital bond. To the extent that when Madame Shao departed, she wept and had to be assisted into the carriage. Princess Consort's countenance darkened. Auntie Fu shared more detailed information, further fueling Princess Consort's anger. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. When did I beat, scold, or humiliate her? What threats? Complete nonsense. I am the one who's angered by her. Unaware of the events of that day, Auntie Fu found it implausible that Qiao Xian could commit such audacious acts. Ordered by Princess Consort to remain silent, Auntie Liang couldn't shed light on the situation. Seeking clarification, Auntie Fu asked, Princess Consort, what did Madame Shao say that day? Annoyed, Princess Consort frowned. It's not a pleasant matter. I don't wish to discuss it further. Auntie Fu found herself at a loss for words. After a pause, she raised a concern. Princess Consort, I don't know if the Crown Prince will inquire. Princess Consort's eyelids twitched, sensing trouble. Indeed, the positive efforts had backfired. The Crown Prince confronted her angrily, demanding, what did the Princess Consort say to Ms. Qiao? Why are the rumors so damning? Princess Consort, you always value your reputation. What happened this time? Princess Consort's face turned purple, and she felt on the verge of tears. This humiliation was hard to bear, especially from the Crown Prince, who was the exception to others being rude to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1605. Crown Prince's Cold Heart because she cared too much. She cared about the Crown Prince's evaluation of her. She cared about her image in the Crown Prince's heart. She feared the existence of any flaws. I didn't say anything. I explained it to Madame Shao in detail. I told her that Lord Shao's future would be much better if he stayed in the capital. I was just trying to persuade Madame Shao to convince Lord Shao to give up. I don't know how it ended up like that. Crown Prince, don't you know what kind of person I am? The Crown Prince stared at her, his expression unreadable, leaving uncertainty about whether he believed her. Suddenly he inquired, "You reprimanded Ms. Qiao for being selfish and jealous, and even claimed she was kidnapped. Is that true?" Princess Consort froze, contemplating a rebuttal. Crown Prince continued, "Officer Shao has already informed me, Princess Consort. Don't deceive me. If you lie to me too, I don't know if there is anyone I can trust." A pang of anguish gripped Princess Consort's heart. She grappled with mixed feelings of relief that the Crown Prince still trusted her and sorrow over his questioning. Yet she couldn't deny the accusation. "Ms. Qiao infuriated me, so you did say that? But you can't blame me for that. Ms. Qiao is so infuriating. She doesn't care about my dignity as the Princess Consort at all, and what she said is really hurtful. Crown Prince, you know that I have always been kind to others, but I don't know why Ms. Qiao is so arrogant. This is the first time I've been so angry." The Crown Prince remained skeptical. "What did she say?" Reluctantly, Princess Consort disclosed the details, concealing her vulnerability in the process. Princess Consort's face flushed red, and the Crown Prince grew visibly agitated as he recounted the embarrassing details. Ms. Qiao had indeed crossed a line. In one aspect, Princess Consort was right. Ms. Qiao truly didn't comprehend the nuances of societal hierarchy. Suddenly, it dawned on the Crown Prince that Ms. Qiao and Officer Shao had always been close. If Ms. Qiao dared to make such statements, could it be Officer Shao's influence? Most likely, the realization struck him hard. The Crown Prince felt a chill in his heart, a profound sadness. It signified that Officer Shao's loyalty had wavered. He was no longer devoted to serving the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince felt a mixture of sorrow and desolation. Ms. Qiao was unharmed, her reputation intact. Was it not proper for him to offer solace himself? Her unyielding stance stemmed from this. His fourth brother had saved his grandson's life. How could he turn a blind eye? If he failed to act, what would be left of his integrity? This could have been a situation with a favorable resolution. Why did it have to unravel like this? Princess Consort observed the Crown Prince, discerning his troubled state. It seemed that his thoughts were not solely focused on her. He harbored reservations about Qiao Xian as well. Exhaling quietly, she ventured, "Crown Prince, there's a saying among the people, one must not stay in the intermediate. Since Lord Shao is resolute about leaving, why not grant his wish?" He ventured out, faced a setback, and naturally, he pondered the benefits of remaining in the capital, considering your earnest attempts to convince him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1606. Young Master Xie's thoughts. By then, you can devise a plan to bring him back. Currently, he's engulfed in anger, and Ms. Qiao not only refuses to calm him down but exacerbates the situation. Lord Shao, being sentimental, becomes even more resentful. Regardless of Lord Shao's rationality, those around him fueling the turmoil can't be restrained. The more you try to convince him, the more repulsed Lord Shao will become. In that case, what's the use of retaining him, Crown Prince? The Crown Prince hesitated, swayed by Princess Consort's persuasions. However, parting with Shao Yunduan remained a heavy decision for him. He fully understood the invaluable assistance Shao Yunduan could provide if he stayed in the intermediate. Once he left the capital, it would be awkward to request financial aid, and he would inevitably incur substantial expenses in the future. Even the mere contemplation of this dilemma gave him a headache. Observing the Crown Prince's internal struggle, Princess Consort seized the opportunity to continue persuading with a smile. Even if Lord Shao departs, it's acceptable. Isn't Mr. Xie from the Xie family in the intermediate capital? Frankly, Mr. Xie and my nephew are growing close, forming a tight bond. My sister-in-law visited yesterday and discussed this matter. Young Master Xie appears to harbor aspirations of becoming an official. Given his talent, passing the imperial examinations in the upcoming year is undoubtedly feasible. If he's willing, even before formal appointment, he can still render service to you, Crown Prince. Temptation flickered in the Crown Prince's eyes, and a glimmer of hope diffused through his anxious heart. The public was aware of Xie Jingrong's exceptional abilities. His sudden arrival in the capital and burgeoning closeness to Princess Consort's nephew were conspicuous. It seemed evident he genuinely aspired to attain official status. This was rational. Youthful exuberance often disregards accomplishments. His status and aptitude instilled confidence in him. However, with a few more years of age and maturity, Xie Jingrong yearned to contribute positively and accumulate merits. It was the orthodox path. There must have been some understanding or realization on his part. If Xie Jingrong could remain after Shao Yunduan's departure, it was not an implausible idea. Moreover, as far as the Crown Prince knew, both Shao Yunduan and Xie Jingrong hailed from Yuzhang and shared an amicable relationship, making it even more favorable. I'll consider it. Princess Consort beamed with joy. Certainly. Once you've decided, I'll convey the message to my family. With Xie Jingrong being recommended to the Crown Prince by her family, the Crown Prince began to hold him in high regard. The more Princess Consort contemplated the prospect, the more delighted she became. The Crown Prince nodded and added, "Arrange for someone to speak with Ms. Qiao and offer her a reward. Let everyone see that the rumors should cease." Although Princess Consort felt repulsed, she nodded with a forced smile. Later, when Qiao Xian visited the mansion as a guest, the rumors were effortlessly dispelled. However, once the Crown Prince left, Princess Consort expressed her grievances to Auntie Fu. Auntie Fu reassured her with a smile, "Princess Consort, you're overthinking it. Madame Shao wouldn't dare to bring it up again, so just pretend it never happened. You're showing great magnanimity." Although Princess Consort often liked to display her magnanimity, she hesitated to do so when facing Qiao Xian. Frowning with a sense of disdain, she muttered, "Let it be." Unforeseen by Princess Consort, it proved challenging to invite Qiao Xian to the mansion at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1607. Claiming illness. Qiao Xian feigned illness, experiencing dizziness, insomnia, and fatigue as she rested in bed. Princess Consort was infuriated. She refused to believe that Qiao Xian was genuinely unwell. It seemed like a deliberate act of defiance against her authority. As the Princess Consort, she had taken the initiative to extend kindness, but it felt like Qiao Xian was now throwing it back in her face. That woman is insufferably arrogant. Lord Shao must be blind. Auntie Fu, though also displeased, attempted to calm Princess Consort down. "Should I go and talk to Madame Shao?" Princess Consort sneered, dismissing the idea. "No need. I won't lower myself to beg her. Let her revel in her arrogance and ruin Lord Shao's future. What good can she possibly achieve? She'll come to me in tears one day." Auntie Fu sighed inwardly, suspecting that there might be more to Madame Shao's actions than she knew. However, Princess Consort kept her silence, leaving no room for further inquiries. Determined to engage in a prolonged conflict with Madame Shao, Princess Consort pondered the uncertain future. The Crown Prince, displeased by Qiao Xian's presumed heirs, resolved to fulfill Officer Shao's wish. He had already severed ties, so why bother retaining him? Upon the Crown Prince's eventual release, Shao Yunduan felt a sense of relief and gratitude. Looking ahead to the New Year and Spring Festival, they anticipated departing the capital. Observing Shao Yunduan's apparent lack of reluctance, the Crown Prince's discontent deepened. He started questioning whether the loyalty he had experienced before was merely an illusion. These thoughts left the Crown Prince disheartened, prompting him to decide to ignore Shao Yunduan henceforth. Shao Yunduan was unfazed by the Crown Prince's indifference. Upon arriving home, he excitedly shared the positive news with Qiao Xian. Their joy was palpable. Qiao Xian in particular was thrilled, sporting a radiant smile. They envisioned a prosperous life as local leaders. Amused yet sympathetic, Shao Yunduan gently caressed her shoulders, his eyes filled with a fond smile. Had I known leaving the capital would bring you such happiness, I would have suggested it sooner. Qiao Xian replied with a grin. It's never too late, and the capital is good too. We've experienced life here before. It'll be even better elsewhere. Shao Yunduan chuckled. You're right. Sharing an affectionate gaze, they hooked eyes, and Shao Yunduan, with a playful gesture, lifted her chin, leaning in to kiss her lips. Shao Yunduan's new appointment was soon confirmed. He would serve as the prefect of An's province in Huaishi. This location, however, was less than ideal. An's province, situated on the border of Huaishi, Yuzhang, and northern Yi provinces, was renowned for its rugged landscapes. It featured towering mountains, winding rivers, vast wild forests, and expansive desolate swamps. This natural setting made it a haven for outlaws, bandits, and thieves, granting them a protective haven where they could act with impunity. Local officials dared not interfere, going so far as to offer discreet gifts to influential gangs during festive occasions to prevent them from causing trouble. This tactic aimed to safeguard political achievements and avoid retribution from higher authorities. Although the imperial court had conducted large-scale bandit suppression operations a decade ago, the outcomes were less than satisfactory. Small-time offenders were caught, while the major players remained at large and unscathed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1608, Unruly Zone. After the military intervention, the bandits in An's province took advantage of the chaos to engage in infighting and territorial annexation. What emerged from the ashes were three formidable gangs that solidified their dominance, their influence remaining unchallenged. In such a lawless environment, collusion between affluent families and the bandits, both overt and covert, became commonplace. Cooperation was deemed essential for survival and mutual benefit, a symbiotic relationship where both sides thrived. The so-called bandit suppression operation not only tarnished the face of the imperial court but also eroded its dignity and credibility. The emperor, infuriated by the failure, demoted the high-ranking officials in the intermediate court who had played a role in the operation. Numerous local officials faced punishments, ranging from job loss to exile, depending on the severity of their involvement. Since then, the An's prefect position had become a dreaded assignment. Officials assumed their roles with solemn faces, eagerly seeking opportunities to depart. No one completed a full term, let alone contemplated re-election. Upon learning that Shao Yunduan was assigned to such a challenging post, his peers at the Ministry of Revenue reveled in his misfortune. Some envious officials even taunted him. Crown Prince, too, was taken aback by the news. It was evident that someone, likely his fourth brother, aimed to thwart Shao Yunduan. The animosity between them was well known, and the fourth brother harbored a deep-seated wish for misfortune to befall Shao Yunduan, while the second and third royal brothers harbored their own grievances about seeing someone else succeed. They tended to maintain a low profile. Their usual strategy involved subtly fanning the flames when conflicts arose, providing clandestine assistance without taking direct action. Initially, the Crown Prince contemplated intervening on Shao Yunduan's behalf, seeking to change his assignment. However, influenced by the counsel of his advisors, he decided against it. The prevailing sentiment was that it wasn't worthwhile to extend a favor to Shao Yunduan, opting instead to wait for him to come seeking assistance, a move that would be etched in his memory. Confident that Shao Yunduan would inevitably turn to him for help, the Crown Prince believed that An's province was an undesirable post that even the most competent officials would avoid. Therefore, Shao Yunduan would surely be willing to seek assistance. The Crown Prince envisioned Shao Yunduan approaching him, allowing for a diplomatic solution. He intended to convince Shao Yunduan to stay and, if he felt uneasy about An's province, offer an alternative role as a county magistrate, with a promise of returning to the capital within a year. However, Shao Yunduan had no intention of seeking the Crown Prince's assistance. Some of the Crown Prince's staff, attempting to provoke him, confronted Shao Yunduan. They questioned his purported capabilities and dared him to demonstrate true governance in An's province by eradicating the bandit menace. Shao Yunduan saw this as an opportunity to showcase his genuine abilities and not succumb to hypocrisy or the theft of unearned prestige. While the Crown Prince maintained a high opinion of Shao Yunduan, expecting him to eventually seek aid, Shao Yunduan had no plans to kneel at the Crown Prince's residence, begging for assistance. He intended to confront the challenges of An's province head-on, displaying authentic leadership and administrative prowess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1609. Not bad. Should Shao Yunduan resort to begging the Crown Prince now? The urgency of the situation weighed on Shao Yunduan's mind. Delaying any further could complicate matters, making it harder for both him and the Crown Prince. Despite considering the advice nonsensical, Shao Yunduan dismissed it. The two provocateurs, feeling a sense of accomplishment, believed they had touched a nerve in Shao Yunduan. Frustrated by his lack of response, they resorted to complimenting each other and congratulating themselves on their supposed cleverness. However, they remained concerned that Shao Yunduan might not take the bait. What if he resisted their attempts to provoke him and sought help from the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince held him in high regard, and such a request might receive favorable attention. To prevent Shao Yunduan from staying in the capital, they devised a plan. A decision was made to dispatch someone to monitor Shao Yunduan closely. If he did approach the Crown Prince for assistance, they would intervene midway, preventing him from proceeding. Given Shao Yunduan's scholarly background, they presumed he wouldn't act shamelessly or retract his decision. If he had requested release, he should follow through. With a sense of hesitation and worry, Shao Yunduan disclosed the situation to Qiao. Unfazed, she became even more intrigued. The prospect of an unregulated area with vast territory excited her. Learning about the expansive pools and endless green mountains only heightened her enthusiasm. The mention of potential dangers from bandits didn't deter her. On the contrary, it fueled her excitement. While it posed a significant threat to others, for Qiao, it was an invitation to explore her world, especially within the depths of the forest. She assured Shao Yunduan, "Don't be scared, hubby. Ai, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian are all going with us, right? They are all very capable people. After we leave the capital, we can recruit a dozen individuals and have Sun Bai and Sun Qian assist in their training. Then we can hire 20 or 30 competent escorts. We'll be able to establish ourselves there." Husband, as a local official appointed by the imperial court, those bandits might not dare to act recklessly. Let's maintain a facade of civility initially. Once we understand their background, we can plan strategically. No need to worry about lacking the capability to deal with them. Shao Yunduan chuckled upon hearing her words. He held Qiao inside. Good wife. He had initially worried about her fear, but it was clear that he had underestimated her courage. Now completely relieved, he continued, in that case, we're on the same page. After a moment, Shao Yunduan held her and declared, my wife and I share the same thoughts. Ai, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian are here, and we can train about 20 servants. That should be sufficient. I'll write a letter immediately and ask Meng Wanfu for assistance. I'll borrow a few people from him. Qiao Xian's eyes brightened, and she remarked with a smile, you are so thoughtful, husband. General Meng's men are much more reliable. While they could afford to hire an escort, predicting people's intentions, especially in An's province's mixed environment, posed challenges. In a place where power dictated the final say, money wasn't always the most trustworthy motivator. Hiring an escort might be futile if someone could be swayed by a bribe. Despite the favor owed to Meng Wanfu, requesting his assistance ensured reliability from military personnel who understood the gravity of the situation and wouldn't succumb to bribery by bandits. thus preventing any potential regrets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16:10. Kindness. The couple excitedly discussed and joyfully planned their approach to An's province when Zhao Shu arrived. Upon seeing Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, Zhao Shu couldn't help but express his concerns. Fifth brother, sister-in-law, why persist in being officials? It's too much. We have enough money, why not just relax and enjoy life? Why subject ourselves to such a destitute place overrun by bandits? Let's abandon this pursuit. Just give the word, and he'll handle everything. As long as the funds were in place, Zhao Shu believed this matter could be resolved. He found the idea of venturing to that undesirable location absurd. To him, it seemed like a ploy to send one's own head willingly. A poor official with no status or background from an obscure lineage might have no choice, but the Shao family had alternatives. Upon learning the news, Zhao Shu was on the verge of infuriation. Wasn't it said that the crown prince highly esteemed fifth brother? Clearly, that wasn't the case. Pushing him into such a challenging situation, it became evident that the crown prince was heartless and deliberately creating obstacles for him. In essence, he wanted fifth brother to remain in the capital to exploit him fully. In that case, they might as well not play along. Shao Yunduan shot him a glance but refrained from commenting. Zhao Shu's audacity was apparent. She wasn't sure when he started addressing Shao Yunduan as fifth brother, as if insisting on his rank. However, Shao Yunduan didn't bother to correct him. It was almost amusing to see Zhao Shu's thinly veiled intentions. Why else would he label him as stupid and discourage him from going to An's province? If it were truly an unbearable place, Shao Yunduan would naturally find a way to return. He refrained from any action, implying that he possessed the strength to confront challenges. Such thoughts were shared not only by Shao Yunduan but also by his wife. Could it be that their perspectives were inferior to his? The absurdity of it all warranted silence. Making noise would only risk becoming a source of mockery. Yet, there he was, panicking and squawking like a chicken. Why would Tao Tao like someone like him? Indeed, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian had inquired about this matter by sending a letter to their family before departing for Qingdi. Songshi handed them the letter upon their return to the capital. Reading the contents, Shao Yunduan, despite his frustration, had to reluctantly accept the reality. Objectively speaking, this person seemed fine, no apparent flaws. If he ever mistreated Tao Tao, handling him wouldn't pose much difficulty. However, Shao Yunduan didn't harbor much affection for Zhao Shu. The fact that his brother fancied the man who had kidnapped his sister bewildered him. That aside, Qiao Xian even teased him, suggesting that finding a son-in-law might be a challenge if they had a daughter in the future. Dismissing the notion, Shao Yunduan was confident he could find suitable candidates. In response to Zhao Shu's concerns, Qiao Xian playfully replied, "Rest assured, my husband and I have devised our own plans. You continue your travels between the south and the capital. Occasionally, check on the properties we've left behind in the capital." Shao Yunduan added with composure, "Don't interfere in other people's affairs. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're clever enough to gather information about the court. It's not a realm you can easily navigate. Whether the Eastern Palace or the various princes, none were entities to be taken lightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 16:11. Zhao Shu's injustice. Having someone like Zhao Shu around, even 10 more wouldn't suffice to handle those individuals. It was akin to assisting people in counting their money after they had been sold. Zhao Shu was momentarily taken aback. He didn't sense any derogation of his intelligence. Instead, he responded cheerfully, "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, fifth brother." Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian suppressed a laugh. "We're aware of what's happening in An's province, so don't worry. And if you happen to visit Shaoding village, keep this matter to yourself and don't inform your family." The couple had meticulously prepared for the move. As imperial court officials, they could potentially face threats and attempts at control from the bandits. However, until they were pushed to a point of no return, their lives remained relatively secure. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could escape unharmed. Not revealing such matters to their families was a precautionary step, preventing any unnecessary worry or misinterpretation. Casting a guilty glance at Shao Yunduan, Zhao Shu assured, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I won't breathe a word to anyone." Qiao Xian nodded, offering a smile. "Once we settle there and prosper, I'll invite you to join us in our prosperity, Zhao Shu." Zhao Shu's joy knew no bounds. "Certainly, sister-in-law. Thank you." Both fifth brother and sister-in-law treated him well, always offering support regardless of the circumstances. As for the opportunity to strike it rich in the less-than-ideal locale of An's province, Zhao Shu didn't dwell on it. His thought process was simple. If sister-in-law said an opportunity to make a fortune would come, then it would come. If she needed money, he would provide it. If she required assistance, he would willingly follow suit. At this juncture, even Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing couldn't help but be moved. Life, it seemed, was often a matter of luck. In the past, when their young master was still present, he would frequently jest and express concerns about his kind and naive nature. He feared that safeguarding such substantial family wealth in the future might prove challenging. Whether or not he could protect it wasn't the primary concern. What troubled Aunt Qing the most was the possibility that, instead of safeguarding the wealth, he might inadvertently bring disaster due to his vast assets. She had devised a plan for such a scenario. When the time came, she intended to discreetly relinquish some of their assets, investing in precious antiques and accumulating more gold and silver. They would maintain a low-key lifestyle, avoiding unnecessary exposure. Unexpectedly, her departure happened so swiftly that she couldn't make any arrangements for him. Besides bequeathing a considerable number of trustworthy individuals, what was even more surprising was that he had amassed wealth surpassing that of the Zhao family. The funds seamlessly integrated into the family's coffers, attracting little attention. No matter how unassuming he might be, with Lord Shao and Madame Shao by his side, no one could dare mistreat him. It was evident that he could lead a worry-free life. In addition to expressing gratitude, Zhao Shu also bid his farewells. The patriarch of the Zhao family had sent him a letter, urging him to return for the new year as there was an important matter to discuss. Granting due respect to the family patriarch, he had agreed to spend the new year with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, but his departure would be inevitable. While Shao Yunduan was indifferent to the situation, he silently wished for Zhao Shu's departure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1612. Thank you. Qiao Xian felt a tinge of regret and spoke with a smile. Considering your chief's indication, it seems something significant is brewing. It's best for you to return home now. We'll embark on our journey after the first month of the new year, so there's no need for you to come back to bid us farewell. If you have the time, visit Shaoding village. I have something to send back to you, and you can take it along. It's not much, just 2 medium-sized boxes. The 2 boxes could easily be accommodated in the luggage-laden carriage, causing no inconvenience. Zhao Shu often had several attendants accompanying him whenever he ventured out, so the addition of 2 boxes wouldn't pose any difficulty. That's why Qiao Xian made the request. Zhao Shu was delighted at the chance to assist fifth brother and sister-in-law. He grinned and agreed, "Of course, sister-in-law. Just prepare them, and I'll send someone over to collect them. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll ensure they reach safely." Qiao Xian smiled appreciatively. "Thank you." Zhao Shu's grin grew even more amiable and attentive. "You're welcome, sister-in-law." Xie Jingrong also made an appearance. He was not one to merely scratch the surface. Extending his smile to Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, he conveyed, "Congratulations." Shao Yunduan returned the gesture with a cupped hand. "Thank you." Understanding the underlying message, Xie Jingrong exchanged smiles with them. Had Xie Jingrong not informed the princess consort's family about his intention to work for the crown prince might have been seriously tempted. He would have lost Shao Yunduan but gained young Master Xie, making it a reasonable exchange. Shao Yunduan wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. This realization made Shao Yunduan understand that, in the Crown Prince's eyes, he was merely a valuable tool and a useful chess piece. For those old ministers burdened by reputation, many actions were constrained. Yet, Shao Yunduan, originating from humble beginnings without connections in the capital, had fewer reservations. Without Shao Yunduan, finding a replacement with his level of suitability would be an arduous task for the Crown Prince. However, if he could secure the eldest son of the Xie family, it would serve as a compensatory measure for this loss. Moreover, given the strained relationship between Shao Yunduan and himself, the Crown Prince felt a sense of disappointment and irritation, prompting him to let Shao Yunduan depart. Unable to approach Xie Jingrong directly, Shao Yunduan had been eagerly anticipating this meeting to express his gratitude face-to-face. The three of them gathered in the study for a conversation. Sharing a similar perspective to Shao Yunduan, Xie Jingrong believed that while others might find it challenging to navigate An's province, Shao Yunduan might find a way. In a place like that, peril and opportunity coexisted, offering a risk worth taking. Crucially, the reality in An's province was dire. Serving as an official there equated to exile, rendering anyone who went invisible in the eyes of the capital's residents. Over time, the Eastern Palace's influence on Shao Yunduan would fade away. In such a desolate place, people would look down on him, forget about him, and allow him to cleanse the marks on his reputation. It was a favorable outcome. Xie Jingrong found it perplexing whenever he contemplated the state of the nation. He doubted the Crown Prince's ability to secure the throne. Honored Princess Mai's fourth prince was formidable, and Empress Qi, the third prince, Princess Concubine Virtue, and the second prince all posed significant challenges, their influence extending deeper into the army than anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1613. Knowing a lot. If the Crown Prince possessed both the courage and the means, he could potentially reverse the situation and seize power. However, such qualities were not inherent in his character. Even if he were to ascend to the throne, the relentless expansion of Great Qin would persist, leading to an escalation of brutality and bloodshed. It became imperative to distance oneself from the capital and the imperial court. The Crown Prince still harbored hopes of retaining him in the capital as an official, but such a scenario seemed implausible. Xie Jingrong's knowledge of An's province surprised both Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Entranced by his insights, they were previously unaware that the region, rife with bandits and challenges, held a deeper complexity. The influential families collaborated with the bandits, openly or covertly, exerting control over nearly every aspect of the area. Their understanding had been superficial until Xie Jingrong illuminated the intricate details. Xie Jingrong possessed information on the most influential bandits, the dynamics of the three major families, and even secured a map of Anzizhou. Shao Yunduan expressed profuse gratitude, treating the information as a valuable treasure. Maintaining a semblance of distance from Shao Yunduan, Xie Jingrong, and his newfound acquaintances, departed after half a day. The secrecy surrounding their amicable terms was crucial, as it wouldn't be advantageous for others to discover the close association between Shao Yunduan's family and Xie Jingrong. Once Xie Jingrong left, Shao Yunduan couldn't help but express admiration. Brother Xie's knowledge is truly vast and all-encompassing. It's no wonder the Crown Prince values him so highly. We find ourselves indebted to him once again. Qiao Xian shared Shao Yunduan's sentiment, wholeheartedly admiring Xie Jingrong. Shao Yunduan's appointment as the prefect of An's province was inevitable and immutable, rendering the Shao mansion desolate. Anticipating a decrease in visitors before the new year, Qiao Xian foresaw the absence of last year's invitations. Considering the bleak outlook for the princes, both Xie Jingrong and her husband held a pessimistic view of the future troubles. She wished for their existence to fade from the memories of the capital. As the 12th lunar month commenced, the long-awaited resettlement of the Cloud Water Town Manor concluded. Accompanied by Yi, Mian, Li Xia, and Li Qiao, Qiao Xian embarked on this significant day. Originally spanning 1,200 mu, Qiao Xian expanded the farm to 1,600 mu after acquiring an additional 400 mu. Over the years, various crops such as potatoes, strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, melons, radishes, and cabbages had been cultivated for sale. Qiao Xian's foresight led him to diversify crops, ensuring sustainability for the future. Given the expansive nature of the manor, Qiao Xian decided against congregating Zheng Sang and the other 70-odd individuals into a single large residence. Instead, he opted to allocate living spaces based on the original households, promoting autonomy. In this vision for the future, each family would lead independent lives, offering mutual support when needed. Qiao Xian recognized that sustaining a harmonious coexistence required a shift from the communal living arrangements of their impoverished past. As prosperity loomed, an individual's ability to earn a livelihood became paramount. The principle of shared efforts would replace indiscriminate compensation, preventing potential conflicts from arising. Understanding the value of the enduring friendships forged over the years, Qiao Xian believed that it was wiser to allow each family to face their challenges independently. This approach, she reasoned, would safeguard the bonds they had cultivated and prevent unnecessary strain on their relationships. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1614. Settled among the assembled families, the composition was diverse: widows with 1 or 2 children, father-son pairs, couples with children, elderly individuals bereaved of sons in battle, and even the orphans of fallen comrades were present. In total, there were 11 families, with 10 belonging to Qiao Xian. Led by individuals such as Zheng Sang, Wu Guan, Lu Changming, and others, the groups included 4 elderly members and 7 orphans. With construction completed, a pair of neat rows of houses flanked the main courtyard of the manor. Under Qiao Xian's guidance and Song's his adept management, the decision was made to transform the entire area into a residential zone, allowing for future expansions. The houses, constructed with green bricks and black tiles, featured courtyard walls exceeding a meter in height. Each courtyard, modest in size, comprised a main house with 1 light, 2 dark, and 3 rooms. Additionally, there were 2 rooms, 1 large and 1 small, providing ample living space. Zheng Sang and his companions resided in a more spacious courtyard, boasting larger main rooms, wings, and courtyards compared to the other houses. Outside the courtyards, saplings of sweet osmanthus, magnolia, and pomegranate, each the size of a copper coin, were planted. Additional flowers and plants would be added when spring arrived. The roads surrounding the courtyards were meticulously paved with bricks and stones, preventing muddy conditions during rainy days. A well was strategically placed not far from each family, ensuring convenient access to water. Vegetable plots designated for each family were situated close to their residences. After discussions led by Songshi, Zheng Sang, and the others, it was decided to allocate approximately 2 plots of land to each family for cultivating essential vegetables to sustain their daily needs. By late November, all the construction of buildings and courtyards had been completed. As the residents of the dilapidated courtyard arrived at their new homes in carriages, carrying their worn-out luggage, a wave of astonishment swept through them. Several women couldn't hold back tears, their emotions mingling between cries and laughter. The children, in contrast, were filled with excitement, running around, screaming, and cheering. Unprecedented happiness enveloped them. This was their new haven, a tidy and pristine abode. As long as they were willing to put in the effort, they could build a life here. The allure was irresistible, a bright and promising future awaited them, a future brimming with hope. This is fantastic. We finally have a proper home. Mom, I love this place so much. We'll work hard. Let's stay here forever, okay? Lord Shao and Madam Shao are true bodhisattvas. We must remember their kindness. Absolutely. Lord Shao and Madam Shao are kind-hearted people. Anyone who wrongs them is not human. We won't forgive them. Zheng Sang had already assigned living spaces, alleviating any potential conflicts. With joyous hearts, everyone set down their belongings and eagerly inspected their allocated vegetable plots. Though modest in size, These plots were their own. Painstakingly planned and cultivated, they promised a year's worth of sustenance. Warmth filled their hearts. The women wore smiles, already contemplating what to plant in the fields. The houses were furnished with basic items: beds, cabinets, tables, stools. Additional personal touches would be added over time. However, immediate necessities like pots, pans, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar needed attention. Utilizing some remaining funds, Zheng Sang procured a set for each family. Additionally, he purchased quilts, winter clothes, shoes, socks, and food, ensuring the households were well equipped for their new beginnings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1615. On the Manor, Songshi promptly organized their work schedules, which would commence the next day and last for half a month. By the end of the following month, they would receive half a month's salary. The proposal was met with unanimous approval, and everyone expressed their happiness without any objections. Working in the fields proved to be a welcome change from the strenuous labor at the docks and warehouses. Most importantly, the newfound stability allowed them to cast aside worries about the uncertainties of tomorrow. Eager to begin their tasks, everyone couldn't wait to start working. Among them were orphans like Lu Fu, Qing Lian, Yenner, and others, who lived alongside Jing Sang, Lu Changming, and the rest. The day they moved in, their joy manifested in tireless running around the courtyard. That evening, the communal meal continued, and Songshi, along with the young steward of the manor, was invited to join. In the courtyard, Jing Sang and the others cooked diligently. Zheng Sang, determined to make the occasion special, spent money on over 20 caddies of pork, more than 10 caddies of mutton, and 6 chickens. The women, busy in the kitchen, filled the air with laughter and chatter. Despite the simplicity of the setting, the rich fragrance of meat made everyone's mouths water. This feast surpassed even the grandeur of a New Year celebration. The joy of partaking in this sumptuous meal within the spacious and bright new houses fueled optimism for the better days that lay ahead. With this, Zheng Sang and the others officially settled down in the Cloudwater Town manor. The farm in Cloudwater Town buzzed with liveliness. Songshi, as the chief steward, busily organized and instructed on various matters. In the initial days, he experienced the challenges and joys of overseeing dozens or even hundreds of people. Though fatigued, he found fulfillment in his responsibilities. Unfortunately, the time had come for Lord and Madam to leave the capital to assume their duties, and Songshi, along with Qin Yan, Li Xia, and others, would accompany them on this new journey. It was rumored that the area wasn't ideal, with numerous bandits, but Songshi remained unfazed. His lord and lady were astute and carefree, facing each day with smiles and happiness. As a servant with limited knowledge, he saw no reason for concern. It surely wouldn't pose any problem. Zheng Sang was overjoyed to learn of Qiao Xian's impending visit. With little winter work to occupy them, everyone eagerly awaited Qiao Xian's arrival. As the carriage approached, children ran home shouting, "Madam Shao is here! Madam Shao is here!" Families emerged, gathering with smiles and shining eyes to welcome the approaching carriage. "It's really her! I haven't met Madam Shao yet. Madam Shao is exceptionally beautiful and amiable. She even brought us candy last time. She's truly wonderful." "Absolutely. Madam Shao is the finest madam I've ever encountered. Oh, you little girl, how many madams have you met?" Laughter ensued. Regardless of the number of people encountered, Madam Shao undoubtedly stood out as the best. As soon as Qiao Xian stepped off the wagon, someone took the lead. With Zheng Sang and a few others exempted, the rest knelt down. "Madam Shao, hello, madam, thank you, madam." Tears welled in the sentimental women's eyes once more. They covered their mouths, choked with emotion. Living a life beyond their wildest dreams, the sight of Qiao Xian filled them with a sense of light and hope. The surge of emotions within their hearts was palpable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1616. Make it clear. Qiao Xian lifted the curtain and spotted the crowd eagerly waiting for her. She pondered what to say upon disembarking, but before she could utter a word, they created a heartfelt scene. Surprised, Qiao Xian urged, "Get up! Get up!" Extending a helping hand, she assisted an elderly lady named Old Lady Zhang, whom she had met in the alley yard the other day. Li Xia and others also aided them to their feet. Moved by the gesture, everyone expressed gratitude to Qiao Xian repeatedly. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. After a few exchanges, Songshi stepped forward, saying, "It's too cold outside. The house has already been warmed with a charcoal basin and firebed. Madam, please sit inside and chat." Agreeing, everyone followed Qiao Xian to the main courtyard. Once inside the main room, Qiao Xian found herself alone. The others remained on the porch or in the yard beneath the stairs. Li Xia soon emerged, inviting Zheng Sang, Wu Guan, Lu Changming, Grandma Zhang, and around 10 others inside. Smiling, she conveyed Madam's message. "It's cold today, so Madam won't come out. She wants you all to know that as long as you're willing, you can stay here. If in the future you wish to move, build a house, or buy land, that's perfectly fine." Interrupting with smiles, the group reassured, No. As long as Madam doesn't drive us away, we'll stay forever. We'll do whatever Madam wants." Yes. Leaving such a good place is unthinkable. "Thank you for your kindness, Madam. This is a blessing for us." And more. Li Xia, with a smile, asked for their attention and continued, "Madam's words stand. You can be at ease. However, Madam wants to emphasize that if you plan to stay long-term, treat this place as your home and protect it. Follow the Manor rules, refrain from actions harmful to Madam, and any betrayal or collusion with outsiders won't be taken lightly." The atmosphere tensed momentarily as everyone briskly nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. If anyone betrays, we won't let them off." "That's right. We owe Madam too much. Following her instructions is the least we can do. Failing even in that would be disgraceful. If there's a traitor, we'll stand against them first." Li Xia smiled. Madam believes in everyone's integrity. She's merely offering a reminder. Keep it in mind and live peacefully here. "All right, that's settled. You can all go now." Agreeing, everyone shared their thoughts. Li Xia handed 2 packets of pine nuts to Lu Fu and Qing Lian, asking them to distribute them to the children. The kids happily thanked them, cheering at the treat. Gentle smiles adorned the adults' faces, expressing gratitude before departing one by one. Inside the room, Qiao Xian invited everyone to take a seat and had tea served. After some small talk, she inquired about their stay and reiterated the Manor rules. With Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan soon departing, uncertainties loomed over those who had accepted their generosity. Addressing potential issues beforehand seemed wiser than dealing with them later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16-17. I can offer my life for any reasonable person. Hearing her words would bring a sense of reassurance. Qiao Xian feared ambiguity and wanted to avoid confusion. Addressing potential issues in advance, rather than waiting for incidents to occur and reiterating rules, was not only more effective but also prevented blame and resentment. With clarity established, everyone had a clear understanding of their boundaries. They comprehended the conditions for living in this place, knowing what actions were acceptable and what were not. Zheng Sang and others agreed, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. They promised to explain it to everyone upon their return. Smiling, Qiao Xian said, "Brother Zheng, we trust you to look after this place in our absence. The money you have should suffice for their winter needs, especially with the recent half-month salary. In the future, monthly income will ensure their lives are not difficult." Qiao Xian inquired about patients requiring long-term medication. "Brother Zheng, discuss with Songshi and provide me a list. It'll cover the treatment costs. If good medicine can expedite recovery, let me know. It's better to heal as soon as possible. For those needing extended recuperation, inform me of the required medicine and prescription. Ensure timely medication in the future." Upon hearing this, Zheng Sang and others looked up in disbelief. Wu Guan, with a trembling voice, asked, "Madam Shao, is this true?" Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. "Certainly, why would I deceive you?" Wu Guan, overwhelmed, rubbed his face and uttered in a hoarse voice, "But that will cost a lot of money. We can't afford it at all. In this life, in the next life." Hailing from impoverished backgrounds and having faced life and death on the battlefield, they had limited knowledge beyond warfare. Despite surviving, their bodies bore the scars of disability, complicating their ability to earn a living. All future prospects seemed bleak for them. Left with a meager pension, departing the military camp, they faced the harsh reality of their limited skills and lack of managerial knowledge, predicting a challenging future. Adopting the orphans, women, and elderly of their fallen comrades was even more daunting. Driven by a sense of camaraderie and survival, they endured for many years, clinging to the hope of a cure despite their financial struggles. Expressing their desperation, Qiao Xian sighed, "I will cover the expenses, and you don't need to repay me. We've known each other as friends, and it seems like fate. My husband's brother is also in the camp. Consider it a blessing for him. Don't feel burdened, just accept it." Their surprise was evident. Lu Changming inquired cautiously, "But, Madam Shao, a doctor mentioned it would cost hundreds of taels of silver for the cure. Others might need substantial payments." Nervously, Wu Guan and the others turned to Qiao Xian for confirmation. Qiao Xian smiled, reassuring them, "Certainly, I can afford hundreds or even thousands of taels." "Really? That's fantastic. Thank you, Madam Shao. Madam Shao is truly a living bodhisattva." Joy enveloped everyone. Zheng Sang rose and bowed to Qiao Xian, hands folded in front of his chest. "Madam, my life belongs to you and my lord. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Count us in." Wu Guan and Lu Changming declared without hesitation. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 16-18, Uninvited Guest. This turn of events caught Qiao Xian off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Regaining composure, she raised her hand with a smile. "Brother Zheng, you're too serious. It's our fate, and this is nothing. In the future, just live in peace. If there's a need, don't hesitate." Zheng Sang nodded. "If you need anything, Madam and Lord, don't stand on ceremony." "That's right," Wu Guan chimed in. "Whatever it is, we're willing." Qiao Xian chuckled. After discussing some family matters, she dismissed them. Rushing to their families, Zheng Sang and the others shared the news that Qiao Xian would cover the treatment costs for their ailing comrades. Overjoyed tears flowed, and they hastened to express gratitude to Qiao Xian. Intent on kowtowing, the women were stopped by Li Xia and others. Qiao Xian comforted them, understanding the depth of their emotions. She hoped that in the future, they wouldn't let each other down. Leading Li Xia and others around the village, Qiao Xian was accompanied by Lu Fu, Qing Lian, and the other children, who, emboldened by her gentle demeanor, began chatting around her. Witnessing this, other children joined in, and Qiao Xian, known for her kindness towards children, took them around before bringing them back for lunch. Enlisting the help of the servants' daughters-in-law, they prepared steaming meat buns, plump and fragrant with the tempting aroma of fresh white flour. The children eagerly awaited, and upon Qiao Xian's cue, they joyfully rushed forward to savor the delicious treat. Qiao Xian instructed the kitchen to prepare a variety of nonchalant, casual, and indifferent dishes, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon discovering the gesture, everyone expressed gratitude and recited Buddhist scriptures, feeling fortunate to have encountered someone as kind as Madame Shao. Qiao Xian happily spent half a day in the farmland before returning to the city. The children enthusiastically ran alongside the wagon until they were far away. Li Xia and the others shared the joy, remarking on the increased number of people in the manor, making it look more like a true manor. Returning home around 4 in the afternoon, Qiao Xian brought fresh radishes, cabbages, eggs, and fish from the village. Planning a delightful dinner, she prepared braised fish, lamb stew with radishes and vinegar cabbage. As thoughts turned to dinner, an unexpected guest arrived, elder Miss Tian Shanshan, whom Qiao Xian hadn't seen in a long time. With a guarded stance, Qiao Xian didn't allow her and her servant into the house. Instead, she invited Tian Shanshan to a private room in a nearby tea house. Despite feeling slighted by Qiao Xian's guarded actions, Tian Shanshan remained composed, concealing any displeasure. Maintaining a sense of superiority, she refrained from arguing with Qiao Xian, think that she is unworthy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1619. Interesting. Tian Shanshan couldn't care less about Qiao Xian, but the reality of being outshone by someone she dismissed bothered her. Seeing Qiao Xian almost made her lose composure as a noble lady of the capital. Miss Tian, what brings you here? Tian Shanshan glanced at Qiao Xian before stating, Lord Shao has been assigned to An's province. Madam Qiao, do you comprehend the nature of An's province? Qiao Xian felt a surge of disgust. She never liked Tian Shanshan, and it was challenging to remain calm in the face of a woman who repeatedly coveted her husband. Even if the words sounded ordinary, Qiao Xian couldn't shake the feeling of an underlying meaning. Furthermore, the words were abnormal. With a half-smile, Qiao Xian retorted, Miss Tian, you're not entitled to inquire about this, are you? It's none of your concern. Tian Shanshan, embarrassed and infuriated, sneered, it appears you are ignorant of that place. An's province is infested with bandits. Countless criminals, having committed various crimes, reside in the rugged mountains. They've established themselves as lords of the mountains, becoming a formidable criminal force. Rampant violence, arson, routine for them. They consistently oppose the government. Lord Shao as an official there will achieve nothing. Merely keeping his life is already a feat. Madam Qiao, are you still so confident? Qiao Xian seethed with anger. Tian Shanshan's condescending tone portrayed her as an ignorant fool. Who gave her the right to look down on others like this? Remaining silent, Qiao Xian's apparent restraint fueled Tian Shanshan's pride as she mentioned, the official transfer order hasn't been officially issued yet, providing a chance to alter it. Having uttered her words, Tian Shanshan shot a glance at Qiao Xian. She deliberately left the statement incomplete, hoping Qiao Xian would plead with her. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Xian inquired, is there any way? She played along. Fu, Tian Shanshan's maid, scoffed. This is no trivial matter. Except for my miss, no one else will assist you. But why should my miss help you? Madam Qiao, do you grasp my point? Qiao Xian responded. Miss Tian, why don't you enlighten me? I don't quite understand your implications. Qiao Xian believed her response was suitably cooperative. Fu cast a contemptuous glance, internally musing, what an idiot. She's utterly clueless. Why would Lord Shao choose such a wife? If you insist, then it'll be straightforward. You're not worthy of Lord Shao. Why not dissolve the marriage directly? Since Lord Shao treats you well and is now facing trouble, you should do something in return, shouldn't you? Otherwise, it would be too selfish. You'd be letting Lord Shao down. Tian Shanshan calmly added, Madam Qiao, An's province isn't fit for humans, and the bandits don't get along with authorities. I doubt you want to go there either. Official status is prestigious, but when weighed against your life, what's more crucial? You may not understand the meaning of going to An's province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1620. In not choosing, Tian Shanshan patiently recounted the bandit atrocities in An's province, describing the killings in detail, while Qiao Xian silently listened. However, in truth, Qiao Xian was already well aware of the events Tian Shanshan described. Many of them were not as recent or severe as Tian Shanshan portrayed, some dated back a decade. Yet, Tian Shanshan presented them as recent occurrences. Upon concluding her account, Fu sneered, Madam Qiao, do you grasp the current situation? Only our miss is willing to aid Lord Shao. You don't really have a choice, do you? Qiao Xian cast a glance at her. No need. Fu displayed a smug smile, But Qiao Xian clarified, I'm not making any choice. What do you mean? What do you mean? Qiao Xian regarded them with an odd look. Are you expecting me to make a choice? That's absurd. Why should I make a choice? Fu Er retorted in frustration, don't you care about Lord Shao's life? He's risking everything. It's not your place to make such statements. Be cautious with your words. I trust my husband's judgment. If he's willing to go to Anne's province, then he can. Even if there are issues, my husband will handle them. What's the matter with a few bandits? They were only bold because they never encountered my husband. When he arrives, their good days will be over. They'll kneel and plead for mercy. Tian Shanshan and Fu Er were left speechless. How could there be someone so blindly confident and naive? Fu Er scornfully remarked, You dare to think like that? Qiao Xian asserted proudly, I have full confidence in my husband's capabilities. Fu Er stared at her, holding back her desire to mock Shao Yunduan. She shot a glare at Qiao Xian instead. Qiao Xian rose slowly. Let's just pretend Miss Tian never visited me. As Qiao Xian left, Tian Shanshan's face turned crimson with embarrassment, anger, and frustration. She's so ignorant and arrogant. Fu Er scoffed, advising softly, that foolish woman knows nothing. Miss, don't stoop to her level. I think she did it on purpose. She deliberately provoked you to upset you. Tian Shanshan smiled coldly and said slowly, You're correct about one thing. She wants to make me feel uncomfortable, but you're mistaken. She's not foolish. I believe she's clever. Tian Shanshan seemed to have grasped something. A woman like Qiao Xian, who devoted herself entirely to her husband, would easily capture men like Shao Yunduan. She had given it her all. No wonder Lord Shao refused to let her go. However, a woman like her was destined to be shallow. In the future, when Lord Shao's interest waned, he would find her dull, and she would no longer capture his attention. But how much longer would she have to endure? From her persistent infatuation to her inability to break free, she could no longer turn back, nor did she desire to. Unable to convince Qiao Xian, Tian Shanshan decided to approach Shao Yunduan herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1621. As long as cousin becomes the emperor, Shao Yunduan was perplexed. He had no desire to engage with Tian Shanshan. Spotting her, he swiftly turned away, intending to leave. Tian Shanshan felt extreme pain and embarrassment. Was she so repulsive in his eyes? He avoided her as if she were a venomous snake or a ferocious beast. Proud and arrogant, she couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Shocked and fueled by her competitive spirit, Tian Shanshan had to intercept Shao Yunduan. Although he was stopped, Shao Yunduan didn't engage in much conversation with Tian Shanshan. His eyes betrayed a clear disgust, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Despite being halted, Shao Yunduan didn't entertain any discussion of his upcoming role as an official in Anne's province. He didn't need her so-called good intentions, and didn't want to hear them. Shortly after, he decisively left. Tian Shanshan's well-intentioned efforts went to waste. Returning home in anger and humiliation, she harbored intense resentment toward Qiao Xian. Vowing to make Qiao Xian kneel before her one day, she sought to claim everything Shao Yunduan had done for her today. As long as her cousin ascended to the throne, everything would change dramatically. She didn't believe Shao Yunduan would dare to resist. Tian Shanshan's heart burned anew. While Tian Shanshan's actions had no impact on Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, the crown prince, hearing about it, grew displeased. He had been anticipating Shao Yunduan to plead for him, but it never happened. He could no longer wait, so he subtly signaled his two young officers, who had joined him along with Shao Yunduan, to talk with Shao Yunduan. If Shao Yunduan was in a bad mood, they were to try persuading him. The crown prince aimed to convince Shao Yunduan to yield to his wishes. He also communicated that he had been patiently waiting for Shao Yunduan to acquiesce. However, to the crown prince's surprise, the two young officers harbored long-standing animosity toward Shao Yunduan. Fearing that he might plead with the crown prince, they deliberately provoked him. They had no intention of following the Crown Prince's instructions to make Shao Yunduan give in. The two officers went to Shao Yunduan, delivering the opposite message. They mocked and taunted him, attempting to ensure he didn't change his mind. Shao Yunduan observed the theatrical performance put on by the two officers. In front of the Crown Prince, the two officers naturally had another pretext. The Crown Prince, displeased that Shao Yunduan seemed oblivious to his clear intentions despite expressing goodwill, grew frustrated. When he heard that Tian family's elder miss had approached the officers, the Crown Prince dismissed it without much thought. Could Shao Yunduan have secretly aligned with the fourth brother? Was he colluding with the fourth brother? Furious and disappointed, the Crown Prince decided to no longer concern himself with the matter. If Shao Yunduan wanted to go to An's province, so be it. The Crown Prince was determined to see if Shao Yunduan's reputation would be tarnished or if he would even lose his life there. Only then would he gauge Shao Yunduan's true strength. Princess Consort, feeling sorry for the Crown Prince, obediently sided with him. To comfort him, she fabricated negative stories about Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. She even mentioned with a smile that young Master Xie had developed a close relationship with her nephew, engaging in discussions about poetry and paintings with a group of scholars in the mountain courtyard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1622. There's no one. It was evident that young Master Xie harbored a sincere desire to become an official. This realization brought relief to the Crown Prince. If he could secure eldest young Master Xie's loyalty, it would be a beneficial acquisition. Crown Prince requested Princess Consort to extend an invitation to Mr. Xie to visit the East Palace as a guest. However, Xie Jingrong declined, vaguely stating that it wasn't the right time yet. Interpreting this as a sign of agreement, the Crown Prince decided to patiently await the opportune moment. Feeling reassured, the Crown Prince looked forward to the upcoming new year. As anticipated by Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, no guests or well-wishers visited them this year. Those who had turned snobbish and considered Shao Yunduan unworthy of friendship abstained, and some even reveled in the idea of celebrating the occasion with fireworks. For those who wished to avoid trouble, reaching out to Shao Yunduan could potentially incur the East Palace and Fourth Prince's displeasure. Preferring to steer clear of any complications, they chose to sever ties with him altogether. In a light-hearted manner, Qiao Xian teased Shao Yunduan, turning the situation into an amusing interlude for the couple. As the new year approached, Qiao Xian decided to keep a low profile even in purchasing festive items. She discreetly instructed Li Xia, Li Qiao, and Songshi to procure necessary items for the new year in a modest manner, ensuring it was sufficient. Qiao Xian wanted to avoid appearing overly joyful or indifferent during this period, as it could potentially lead to unnecessary troubles and grievances in their lives. It was a precautionary measure to maintain harmony in their surroundings. Qiao Xian promptly instructed Songshi and Qingyan to purchase the promised New Year goods for each family in Cloudwater Town, ensuring everyone received their fair share. The newly arrived families, including Zheng Sang's group, were not left behind. Out of compassion for the elderly, young, and her former comrades who were sick or childless, Qiao Xian requested Songshi to provide them with a more substantial New Year's gift, recognizing their need for additional support. New Year's Eve unfolded as scheduled. The small courtyard was adorned with the warm glow of 2 rows of red lanterns, casting a festive and gentle ambience into the night. The brazier inside the house emanated a lively warmth, turning the brick bed into a cozy haven reminiscent of spring when the door was closed. Amid the festive atmosphere, the small group celebrated the arrival of the new year with joy. The imminent departure from the capital after the new year brought a sense of relaxation, particularly for Qiao Xian. Despite lingering concerns about the dream involving the Crown Prince, she focused on the present and embraced the freedom that awaited her beyond the capital. With the new year underway, Shao Yunduan completed the handover of responsibilities with the Ministry of Revenue officials, leaving him with newfound freedom. Deciding to forego attending court sessions, he opted to stay home with Qiao Xian. The couple expressed their desire to explore Cloudwater Town and its surroundings, visiting neighboring towns and exploring scenic mountains, rivers, and ancient temples. They were aware that once they departed, returning to the capital might be uncertain. While initially contemplating a stroll around the capital together, they dismissed the idea, considering it might appear too open. Instead, they focused on savoring the peaceful moments in Cloudwater Town before they finally left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1623. Invitation. The two had initially planned to depart from the city after the third day of the Lunar New Year. However, their intentions took an unexpected turn when they received an invitation on the second day from the fourth princess consort. The invitation was for a banquet scheduled on the sixth day of the Lunar New Year. This unexpected development piqued their interest. Apparently, the eunuch delivering the invitation had received explicit instructions from the fourth princess consort. In a shrill voice, he conveyed, "The princess consort insists that Madame Shao must attend. No excuses will be entertained. Failure to comply will displease the princess consort." Qiao Xian responded with a smile, addressing Shao Yunduan's father-in-law, "Please convey my gratitude to the fourth princess consort. I am truly honored that she still thinks of me during this time. I am delighted and see no reason to decline." "Yes, absolutely." Qiao Xian's expression, conveying a sense of honored acceptance, left the young eunuch feeling as though his words had fallen on deaf ears. Here to witness the spectacle and perhaps revel in their discomfort, the young eunuch couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. "Excellent. Madame Shao, remember that," he warned. "He, unforgettable, absolutely unforgettable." "Bah." The young eunuch departed with a sullen expression, but Qiao Xian's sneer spoke volumes. "In your dreams." The fourth princess consort might have aimed to mock and humiliate her, relishing in her embarrassment, but Qiao Xian had no intention of letting it affect her. Still, she couldn't deny that dealing with such matters was a headache. Shao Yunduan, holding her hands, offered a reassuring smile. "My wife, just go and enjoy the spectacle." Qiao Xian looked up at him, reciprocating the smile. Indeed, that seems to be the only way. The couple grinned at each other. After a brief exchange of words, both of them began to ease up. Shao Yunduan expressed, "It would not be wise for you to decline. Considering we are departing the capital, I doubt the fourth princess consort would risk causing unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, my wife." Internally, Qiao Xian mused, "I am not concerned at all. Attending banquets is her specialty." "Yes, don't worry, husband." Yet, a sigh escaped her as she added, "In that case, our visit to Cloudwater Town tomorrow will have to be postponed." Shao Yunduan burst into laughter. "Even if you go in a few days, it'll be the same. Spend a few more days here to make up for the ones we missed." Qiao Xian chuckled. On the sixth day of the Lunar New Year, Qiao Xian accompanied Li Xia to the fourth prince's mansion. This time, the situation took an interesting turn. The fourth prince's household staff guided her through the residence, making numerous twists and turns before leading her to a flower hall, instructing her to wait. It was evident they intentionally left her there. The reception hall lacked the warmth of a heated brick bed or a charcoal basin. Its cold and austere atmosphere was accentuated by its emptiness. Besides Qiao Xian and her servant, there was no one present. Given the pleasant weather, Qiao Xian decided to take advantage of it and brought Li Xia to the courtyard to enjoy the sunshine. In the yard, two robust and ancient winter plum trees blossomed at the perfect time. The golden flowers on the branches sparkled in the bright sunlight, and the fragrance filled the air, providing a refreshing sensation. While admiring the flowers and conversing with Li Xia, Qiao Xian activated her superpower to eavesdrop on the ongoings within the mansion. A cacophony of noises reached her ears, prompting Qiao Xian to retract her superpower. Utilizing it in a bustling environment proved challenging due to the myriad voices and incessant noise. The residence lacked the tranquility necessary for effective use, a drawback that made Qiao Xian feel lightheaded after a prolonged attempt. This superpower, she realized, was better suited for information gathering in open landscapes and wilderness rather than crowded places. However, within the mansion, the only discernible sounds were servants gossiping, various discussions, and envy expressed toward the madams and young ladies attending the banquet. Amidst the chatter, there were also whispers of mockery and gloating aimed at Qiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1624. The open Gambit. Qiao and her servant engaged in conversation until a maid arrived. Casting a stiff glance at them, she declared, "Madam Shao, please come with me." Returning the look with a smile, Qiao replied, "Then please lead the way." Assuming that decorum would prevail in the fourth prince's mansion, the maid proudly guided them, raising her chin with an air of superiority. Xia, feeling indignant, sought solace in her madam's gaze. Qiao, shaking her head with a smile, signaled for Xia not to be bothered. Xia pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, resigned to the snobbish attitude. Upon arriving at the hall where the guests had congregated, the opulent and spacious room teemed with people. With Qiao and her servant being the last to arrive, the madams and young ladies, engaged in cheerful conversations, collectively turned their attention toward them. A smile adorned their lips, and their eyes sparkled with anticipation, a clear indication that they were eager for a spectacle. Once a figure of envy and glory, Madame Shao now found herself the object of their gloating pleasure. The sudden intrusion of someone who did not originally belong to their social circle, now seizing their coveted position, fueled their delight. In their eyes, it seemed normal for this turn of events. Furthermore, they collectively concluded and sighed. This is the consequence of lacking a foundation. Everything is superficial, and chaos is inevitable. Princess Consort's expression soured the moment she laid eyes on Qiao. Subconsciously clenching her fists, embarrassment painted her face. Why was she here? Princess Consort harbored no desire to see Qiao at all. Observing Princess Consort's reaction, the fourth Princess Consort was taken aback. She had deliberately invited Qiao to surprise Princess Consort, who was known to dislike her. However, Princess Consort's response appeared to be more extreme than expected. Qiao, a perfect match for the Crown Prince's hypocritical and pretentious demeanor, displayed composure, contrasting sharply with Princess Consort's overt displeasure. The revelation hinted at a strained relationship between Shao Yunduan and the East Palace. "Greetings, Crown Princess Consort." "Greetings, Princess Consorts." Qiao approached, bowing respectfully. Despite her tense demeanor, Princess Consort maintained a dignified tone. "No need to stand on ceremony." "Thank you, Princess Consort." A lady in attendance remarked with a half-smile, "Madam Shao, you are so audacious. Princess Consort and the other princes and princesses are here, and Madame Shao arrives late." The other ladies quickly chimed in agreement. "That's right. Her rudeness is unacceptable. Lacking manners is in her nature. You can't expect more. You can't excuse her behavior. She should respect her seniors and adhere to proper etiquette. This is unacceptable. If you are ignorant, it's better to stay home and avoid embarrassing yourself. She's only here because she won't have another chance in the future. That's the truth." Princess Consort's displeasure deepened, and she glared disapprovingly at Qiao. Her sense of disgust was palpable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1625. Looking for Trouble. Ms. Qiao had fallen out of favor with the Crown Prince due to Shao Yunduan's influence, foreclosing any prospects for her in the royal court. In response, she contemplated a vindictive course of action, intending to unveil her true nature. How audacious! Qiao cast a glance at the fourth Princess Consort, who had been gleefully witnessing the spectacle, letting others mock her. "Ladies, don't envy me. The fourth Princess Consort treats me differently. The servants were leading me to another resting area, causing the delay. Princess Consort, please forgive me." The fourth princess consort chuckled. I think I led you the wrong way. My apologies, Madam Shao. Fourth princess consort, your understanding is appreciated. Smiling, the fourth princess consort gestured. Madam Shao, please take a seat. Thank you, fourth princess consort. As Qiao Xian settled into her seat, she overheard a sneer. Even if the servants misdirected you, can't you inquire? The fourth princess consort is hosting a banquet, attended by the princess consort and other royals. Could you not fathom this? Hee hee, your lack of decorum is truly unbecoming. Hee hee, you'll be an eyesore in the future. Exactly. Amidst laughter and conversation, the atmosphere grew lively. However, at this juncture, everyone seemed to collectively forget about Qiao Xian, deliberately ignoring her. No one engaged in conversation with her. These were individuals from respected families, adept at subtle forms of cruelty. Rather than resorting to crass insults or attacks, they chose a more refined approach. Their familiarity with each other allowed them to inflict discomfort through complete indifference and disdain. This mental humiliation and subtle torment, though devoid of physical harm, proved potent enough to make one wish to disappear into the ground. Despite Qiao Xian's strong mental fortitude, impatience began to gnaw at her. Stuck in the situation, leaving early wasn't an option, forcing her to endure the discomfort. After some time, the fourth princess consort announced with a smile that the theater was prepared, leading the guests to enjoy the show. Praises for the well-organized spectacle flowed, fostering a sense of anticipation. The fourth princess consort basked in the satisfaction of her guests. Qiao Xian followed the group with Li Xia. While she wasn't particularly fond of watching the show, it was preferable to enduring the incessant chatter. As they moved, someone in the crowd shoved Li Xia from behind. Caught off guard, Li Xia let out a scream as she collided with a young lady in front of her. The young lady, initially engaged in light banter, nearly stumbled and screamed in shock. Recovering, she turned around to find, I'm sorry. Li Xia apologized earnestly. Before she could elaborate, the young lady raised her eyebrows and slapped Lixia's face, unleashing an angry tirade. You unruly wretch! What has your master taught you? The commotion drew the attention of everyone present. Covering her face, Li Xia defended herself. It was unintentional. How dare you? How dare you be so defiant? Qiao Xian took hold of Li Xia and noticed her face reddening. Gently patting her hand, she addressed the enraged lady. Li Xia inadvertently offended you, and you have scolded and struck her. What more do you seek? Being framed, Li Xia knew explaining herself would be futile. Accusations would only escalate, and she opted not to waste her efforts. Hearing Qiao Xian's words, the lady glared, sneering. What's this? Madam Shao, are you implying dissatisfaction? Like mistress, like servant ha? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1626, Ridicule. Qiao Xian retorted, Madam Tian, you're correct, I am not convinced. She is my servant, and you have no authority over her. Madam Tian, you're well versed in rules and etiquette, so I must inquire, whose rules are these? Are they yours? You. As the onlookers had anticipated Qiao Xian and her servant facing retribution at the hands of Madame Tian, Qiao Xian, with just a few words, effectively countered the second young Madame Tian. The audience, who had initially doubted Qiao Xian's suitability among them, were now focused on discussions about rules and etiquette. Mocking Qiao Xian seemed to elevate their sense of superiority. Though Qiao Xian directed her words at Madame Tian, some other ladies couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance and embarrassment. Recognizing the potential for an escalating confrontation, one individual stepped forward and pulled the second young madam of the Tian family aside, attempting to mediate. Let it go, let it go. The girl acted impulsively. It's all right to teach her a lesson. No need to be so upset. Exactly. Escalating the situation won't help. Why let it go that far? Let's not engage in further argument. To be fair, Madame Shao might have been a bit harsh. The actions and words of the young Madame Tian were likely reflexive. Madame Shao shouldn't have criticized her so vehemently. That's right. Who wouldn't react strongly when startled? If it were Madame Shao, the response might have been even more intense. Madame Shao is known for her sharp tongue. This is quite evident. It's clear your servant made a mistake. Instead of offering an apology, you seem to be shifting blame onto others. Shouldn't Madame Shao be the one apologizing? Sigh, she won't care about that. Hee. Li Xia was both angry and anxious, tears welling up as she looked at Qiao Xian with concern. Madame was defending her, which warmed her heart. However, she hadn't expected the situation to unfold like this. The matter clearly had nothing to do with Madame. She had been targeted in a scheme. Yet, these people were distorting the truth and acting self-righteous. If Li Xia didn't know her master's character so well, she would rather apologize herself than witness her madam endure such injustices. Qiao Xian, however, wasn't about to let Li Xia shoulder the blame. She sneered, "I'm not as adept at playing the blame game as many people here. I don't know if you're scared or not, but let me ask you this. If you accidentally kill someone out of shock, does that mean the authorities will excuse you? Is that not considered murder?" A person who refuses to take responsibility for their actions, instead finding excuses left and right. Even when in the wrong, they still try to justify it. I don't understand how someone can have the audacity to speak of rules and etiquette. Or perhaps you're relying on the strength of your numbers. Declaring rules and etiquette while tarnishing the very essence of those words. No matter how wrong my servant may be, I will be the one to reprimand them. But hitting and scolding without explanation is shameless. Correcting my servant's mistake and dealing with those who meddle without permission are entirely separate matters. Don't conflate them. All of you make it sound so animated. Let me pose a question. If your servant makes a mistake, should others be allowed to casually and indifferently reprimand them? The ladies seethed with anger, yet fear of Qiao Xian's sharp tongue silenced them. They dared not utter a word, lest they face further humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1627. Revenge. The second young Madame Tian had been enjoying the support from those defending her, feeling a sense of pride. However, Qiao Xian's cutting remarks infuriated her to the point of outburst. Who do you think you are? If you can't teach me, I'll be the one teaching you, given how highly you think of yourself. You're becoming increasingly audacious. Qiao Xian looked at her and remarked, "Second young Madame Tian, your manners and etiquette are truly admirable. I'm truly impressed." "You. Forget it. Someone quickly intervened, pulling second young Madame Tian aside and offering soft advice. Why stoop to the level of someone like her? Let it go, you're magnanimous. Don't say too much. Just then, Princess Consort and Fourth Princess Consort sent someone to inquire about the situation. Attempting to downplay the matter, everyone put on smiles, eager to avoid further complications. Most importantly, they were well aware that they were in the wrong. Being unreasonable was one thing, but challenging Qiao Xian was another matter entirely. They knew they couldn't win. The embarrassment was palpable. While they suspected the fourth princess consort might take pleasure in seeing Qiao Xian face adversity, they hadn't wronged her before and felt too awkward to voice their opinions. The person seeking information wisely chose not to delve into the matter. It was the first month of the lunar calendar, a time for harmony and auspicious celebrations. Stirring up trouble was ill-advised. Consequently, the group proceeded ahead, deliberately ignoring Qiao Xian this time. They quickened their pace and maintained a distance from her and Li Xia. Li Xia, seething with anger, whispered to Qiao Xian, "Madam, these people are intolerable. Despite their claims of having manners, is this how they treat others?" Qiao Xian smiled and shared with Li Xia, "They treat people differently from us. We value treating people well, but they prioritize wielding power." Li Xia was taken aback, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Qiao Xian joined in the laughter. The silly girl had a generous heart, and that pleased Qiao Xian. "Is your face okay?" Licia shook her head hastily. I'm fine. It's my fault for involving you, don't be silly. It's not about you. What happens to me has nothing to do with you. Don't be upset. These people will face consequences. Licia nodded, finding solace in Madame's reassurance. Little did she know that retribution would come sooner than expected. With the theater arranged, everyone took their seats. The prince's concubines engaged in lively conversations, choosing scenes for themselves. The madames of higher status also selected scenes. The troupe promptly began performing according to the script. Qiao Xian cast a glance at the trees in the yard outside the opera house, a cunning smile flickering across her eyes. Having developed and evolved persistently, she could now control plants to a certain extent without direct contact. Although the range of this control was smaller without direct touch, it proved convenient. While an outdoor setting would yield a better effect, the indoor theater was sufficient for Qiao Xian's purposes. Engrossed in the unfolding performance on stage, everyone's attention was captivated. Even the maidservants and older women standing behind, at the sides, and along the corridor outside craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the stage. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously bare and gray branches of a crabapple tree in the West Mansion courtyard, with a diameter exceeding 20 centimeters, were gradually sprouting visible buds. These buds expanded, transformed into delicate pink blossoms, and slowly opened, revealing their vibrant hues, one by one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1628, Blossom. The entire transformation took less than 3 minutes. The once gray and barren crabapple tree now burst into a profusion of flowers. Pink blossoms densely adorned the branches, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The trees were now adorned with flowers, creating a vision of clouds. From a distance, it resembled a pink cloud gently swaying in the breeze under the bright sunlight, a truly beautiful sight. Once everything was accomplished, Qiao Xian retracted her power. Shortly after, exclamations filled the air. It's blooming! Look, it's blooming! What? Can you believe it? The crabapple tree, it's blooming! Ah! Heavens, am I hallucinating? It was completely bare just a moment ago. I didn't imagine it. How is this possible? It's so peculiar. Heavenly Bodhisattva. The maidservants on the corridor were utterly astonished, their worldviews on the verge of shattering. Witnessing what seemed like a miracle, they couldn't contain their excitement, engaging in non-stop discussions. Caught up in their astonishment, the maidservants momentarily forgot themselves. Their animated conversation quickly drew the attention of those inside the opera house. Frowning, they went out to scold the maidservants, stern expressions on their faces. The maidservants, eager to share their discovery, all talked at once, pointing excitedly at the splendid crabapple tree bathed in sunlight. Witnessing the transformation, the maids and other servants couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim, "Ah!" Some of the elder ones even doubted their eyesight due to age and hastily rubbed their eyes, peering closely to ensure they weren't seeing things. The esteemed Auntie Tang stammered, "When did these flowers bloom? Why wasn't it reported earlier?" All the maidservants burst into laughter. "You've got it wrong. The flowers just bloomed. We just noticed." "That can't be possible." "It's true, Auntie Tang. When the masters entered the opera house, there was nothing there. There's no reason for all of us to see and remember wrongly." "What?" Auntie Tang sought repeated confirmations. Eventually, she sighed, exchanging bewildered glances with the others. While it might be conceivable for one person to misperceive, or even 2 or 3 to overlook something, it defied belief that a group of 20 to 30 people could collectively misjudge and misremember such a sight. Auntie Tang was about to head into the opera house to report to the 4th princess consort when a commotion reached her ears. It appeared that a lady inside had inadvertently turned her head toward the row window and spotted the pink and beautiful crabapple flowers. She cried out in surprise, capturing everyone's attention. The allure of this sight far surpassed the scenes unfolding on stage. Now all eyes were on the blossoms. The maidservants promptly hushed, retreating to the side obediently. However, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had never witnessed or even heard of such an extraordinary phenomenon. Sharing this story with their companions, especially those in other residences, might be met with disbelief. Princess Consort, fourth Princess Consort, and the others approached, gazing up at the pink and plump flowers on the trees. Exclamations of awe escaped their lips. A lady broke into a smile, declaring, "This is a joyous occasion, a joyous occasion. It's a tremendous auspicious sign. It signifies that the fourth prince's residence is rich in vital energy and blessed by the heavens." All the madams and young ladies beamed, joining in the sentiment. Absolutely, the crabapple tree is a symbol of wealth, auspiciousness, and prosperity. At this moment, while flowers elsewhere remain unopened, the fourth prince's residence is already in full bloom. Truly remarkable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1629. A Fortune. These flowers, grass, and trees hold spiritual significance. Look at the vitality of these begonia flowers. The fourth prince's residence is sure to be blessed this year. It's an auspicious sign. Yes. The sentiments of everyone resonated with the fourth princess consort, filling her with joy. In contrast, the princess consort's face contorted with anger and disbelief as she glared at the blooming flowers. Good omen? Good luck? Spiritual presence in flowers and trees? Omens? The prince was born into the prosperous Qiao family, and their wealth was already substantial. What more auspicious signs did the fourth prince desire? What additional good luck did he seek? Were they insinuating rebellion? But why, of all places, did such a favorable event occur in the fourth prince's residence? Even if the flowers and trees possessed life, the spiritual essence should reside in the crown prince's abode. The flattering and laughter from the ladies felt like sharp needles, each word piercing Princess Consort's heart. She could ignore other matters, they were inconsequential. However, she would not tolerate anything that cast doubt on the crown prince's position. Unable to endure it any longer, Princess Consort spoke calmly. "It's bitterly cold, so why is the crabapple tree suddenly blooming? Moreover, it would be understandable if just one or two branches were in bloom, but the entire tree covered in flowers is certainly not normal. Besides, I distinctly recall that the crabapple tree showed no signs of blooming when we passed by earlier. In such a short time, how could it? It's truly peculiar." A hush fell over the crowd, the smiles fading from their faces. Most had come to realize the inappropriateness of praising the fourth prince's mansion in front of the princess consort. A sense of unease spread among the assembly. The madams and young madams of the Qiao family, who had been the most fervent in their praise, now felt a heightened sense of discomfort. Guiltily, they lowered their heads and averted their eyes. The fourth princess consort's smile froze in response. Princess consort, on the other hand, felt a surge of satisfaction. She smiled and quipped to the fourth princess consort, "Have you orchestrated something to bring such joy to everyone?" Internally seething, the fourth princess consort had no intention of mocking anyone, especially not the princess consort. How would I know? The crabapple tree clearly bloomed. I find it quite beautiful. There's nothing strange about it. The world is filled with all sorts of peculiarities. What's the harm if a tree decides to bloom? I find the madam's reasoning quite plausible. This area likely boasts favorable terrain with abundant energy veins. The recent sunny weather and warmth have prompted the blooming, haven't they? She was not afraid of Princess Consort like others might be. It was a propitious omen, and she saw no reason to downplay it. Envy flashed in Princess Consort's eyes at the auspicious sign bestowed upon the fourth prince's mansion. However, her envy meant little. While simmering with fury internally, Princess Consort managed to maintain a composed demeanor. She smiled and remarked, "Fourth sister-in-law, your explanation seems rather baseless. If this location truly enjoys favorable conditions and warmth, there should be more than one crabapple tree here. Why is this the sole blooming tree? It doesn't add up." Furthermore, as we passed by earlier, This crabapple tree was still barren. Not a single flower bud was visible. The sudden burst of blossoms doesn't make sense. In my opinion, this is highly unorthodox. A momentary unease settled over the crowd, their expressions subtly shifting. Deep down, they found themselves increasingly aligned with Princess Consort's perspective. Indeed, this whole thing appeared highly weird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1630. Too strange, the fourth princess consort erupted in anger and retorted with a change in expression. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? It's the first month of the lunar calendar. Who are you cursing? Seeing the fourth princess consort lose her composure, Princess Consort felt a surge of satisfaction. She spoke in a calm and sincere tone. Fourth sister-in-law, I'm not cursing anyone. I'm merely offering a friendly reminder. As the saying goes, truth is often unwelcome, but you shouldn't turn a blind eye to it. This matter seems to be filled with heresy, unorthodox practices, and an air of malignancy. Fourth sister-in-law, why not consult with fourth brother and invite a Taoist master to perform a purification ceremony? You. The fourth princess consort seethed. She sneered and declared, it seems you're intentionally causing trouble during the first month of the lunar year. I find these flowers quite splendid. I'll keep and admire them. There's no heresy, unorthodoxy, or malignancy. Our prince is the scion of a dragon. Such things are unfounded. Sister-in-law, you're overthinking. Princess Consort snorted. I'm just offering advice. If you don't value it, then so be it. The fourth princess consort grinned meaningfully. Enough with the flowers. Why don't we return and continue enjoying the performance? After the uproar, who would still be in the mood for the show? However, the banquet couldn't simply end there, so they all forced smiles and agreed. Princess Consort nodded with a forced smile. In that case, please proceed. Sister-in-law, please go ahead. The fourth princess consort smiled and turned to instruct the chief palace maid beside her. Saiju, have some people cut a few of these crabapple flowers and send them to the opera house. Yes, princess consort. The fourth princess consort shot a provocative look at princess consort, clearly gearing up for a confrontation. Princess consort displayed a hint of anger while suppressing her frustration. Observing the second lady of the Tian family, Qiao Xian activated her power. A sturdy tree root suddenly emerged from the ground, discreetly nudging the second young Madame Tian under her shoes. Unnoticed by the crowd, the subtle intervention with the tree root went unseen, concealed beneath the long skirts of the attendees. To onlookers, it appeared that the second young Madame Tian was walking gracefully, likely tripping over the hem of her dress, causing her to scream and lurch forward. The maidservant accompanying her failed to restrain her, and the sudden pounce caught the two young madams off guard. The pair, holding hands and laughing as they strolled, inadvertently collided with Princess Consort. Reacting instinctively, someone took a step back, but the momentum of the collision caused the two young madams to tumble onto Princess Consort. In the ensuing chaos, Auntie Fu and she, attempting to assist Princess Consort, ended up bumping into each other, failing to prevent the fall. The unfortunate outcome saw Princess Consort on the ground, a sharp pain in her palm, and a broken jade pendant that had adorned her waist. The commotion drew immediate concern from those nearby. Princess Consort, are you all right? Princess Consort. Wincing from the pain in her palm, Princess Consort concealed the bleeding wound, determined not to reveal her vulnerability. She accepted the help offered to her, all the while hiding the stained and broken aspects of her previously immaculate appearance. Despite the external assistance, the scene portrayed a stark contrast to her previous elegance, now marred by a mess of torn fabric and damaged attire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1631. Fighting face-to-face, Princess Consort found herself in an unprecedented state of embarrassment, her face flushed with anger and her overall appearance significantly marred. Witnessing the aftermath of their accidental collision, The two young madams immediately knelt down, fear etched across their pale faces. Princess Consort, please forgive me, I didn't do it on purpose. Princess Consort, please forgive me. Facing their pleas, Princess Consort cast a cold, stern gaze upon them, her eyes then shifting to second young Madame Tian, who appeared utterly frightened. Kneeling in submission, second young Madame Tian pleaded, I didn't do it on purpose. Princess Consort, please forgive me. Deep down, second young Madame Tian felt both vexed and distressed. She couldn't comprehend what had transpired. Why had the flat ground seemingly transformed into uneven terrain, causing her to trip and fall in such a pitiful state? Upon regaining her senses, she scrutinized the ground, finding no irregularities. Perplexed, she suspected an illusion. Attempting to shift blame onto Qiao Xian, she realized that Qiao Xian stood too far away to be responsible. Forced to confess, second young Madame Tian found herself at a loss. Qiao Xian, observing the trio in their humbled state, recognized them as those who had mocked her. The notion of retribution lingered in her thoughts. However, she couldn't openly revel in it, resigned to savoring her satisfaction in solitude. The fourth princess consort relished the situation, thinking to herself, you couldn't stand our nonsensical talk, could you? Karma has arrived, hasn't it? She found satisfaction in witnessing the person who valued her dignity the most making a public spectacle of herself. Approaching the distressed trio, the fourth princess consort expressed concern, I don't believe they did it intentionally. It's the first month of the lunar year, and they've admitted their mistake. Sister-in-law, let's forgive them. How about I accompany you to change? Given the unintentional nature of the incident, Princess Consort had no grounds for punishment. Suppressing her grievances, she generously raised her hand, saying, all right, get up. I understand that it wasn't deliberate. Thank you, Princess Consort. The three of them sighed in relief and helped the maidservant to her feet. As the fourth Princess Consort led Princess Consort to change, she instructed the other Princess Consorts to invite the guests into the theater, as the show couldn't proceed until Princess Consort arrived. Taking advantage of the moment, Qiao Xian approached second young Madame Tian and addressed her with a sly smile, ensuring her voice carried enough for those nearby to hear. Princess Consort, your grace and magnanimity truly exemplify royal decorum. No need to argue with second young Madame. Thankfully, my Lixia didn't accidentally push her down, or she might have faced severe scolding. Second young Madame Tian held her breath and shot a glare at Qiao Xian, recognizing her own wrongdoing but avoiding further confrontation. Qiao Xian smiled and walked past her with Lixia, determined to find an opportunity for a comeback. She was prepared to endure mockery if it meant resisting the pressure to please Princess Consort and fourth Princess Consort. With plans to leave the capital soon, she cared little for potential consequences. She would not return anytime soon, and even if she did, she wouldn't rely on connections. There was little to worry about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1632. The fourth prince's residence is famous. Second young Madame Tian's acquaintances exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. Madame Shao seemed too stubborn for her own good. Was she oblivious or clever? Even with Lord Shao in dire straits, she failed to grasp the importance of maintaining a low profile, building favorable connections, and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Instead, she seemed determined to offend others to the point of no return. Let her be. She who is down need not fear a fall, so she might as well embrace a vicious cycle. It was wiser not to provoke her again. Mocking her further would only lead to embarrassment. Word quickly spread about Qiao Xian mocking second young Madame Tian, but the ladies viewed it with indifference. Fortunately, the situation finally calmed down. No one dared to accuse her of ingratiating herself with fourth Princess Consort and Princess Consort. Princess Consort, disgruntled, left the gathering promptly after changing her clothes. Aware of her mood, the fourth Princess Consort saw her off. With Princess Consort's departure, the audience couldn't continue enjoying the show, prompting a gradual dispersal of guests, including Qiao Xian. In the end, only a few close associates of the fourth princess consort concocted excuses to stay for a small gathering. The fourth princess consort felt thoroughly aggrieved. Princess consort's outburst had marred the banquet, and the lingering guests couldn't help but glance at the begonia tree in full bloom. The fourth princess consort's heart raced with anxiety. To dispel the joy, she ordered red silk to be fetched and draped over the tree. After all, the blooming flower was deemed too peculiar. Heretical and untimely, the blossoming of the crabapple tree posed an awkward situation for the fourth princess consort. The incident occurred during the banquet, and its conspicuousness made it impossible to conceal. Now, she had the daunting task of devising an explanation for the public. Qiao Xian seemed to revel in creating headaches for her, preventing her from finding further trouble. The thought of presenting her with a unique gift, ensuring her name echoed throughout the capital, filled Princess Consort with satisfaction, despite harboring anger within. Returning home, she shed her cumbersome attire and erupted in frustration. It was evident that the fourth princess consort orchestrated this intentionally, making things challenging for her. The arrogance and meddling of the Tian family irked her, and Qiao Xian's distant attitude upon seeing Shao Yunduan puzzled her. What did she imply? None of them are trustworthy. News of the sudden blossoming of a crabapple tree in the fourth prince's residence spread rapidly, accompanied by vivid descriptions. Many reacted with disbelief, deeming the situation absurd. Despite initial skepticism, the solemn vows and first-hand accounts from family members compelled people to reluctantly accept this improbable truth. Various interpretations emerged, with some seeing it as an auspicious sign and others deeming it ominous. The fourth prince's faction remained silent. The fourth prince was irate, viewing the incident as unfavorable. An auspicious sign in his residence? He is just a prince. The omen should be occurring in the palace or the crown prince's residence, not in his. What would his father and the crown prince think of him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1633. She doesn't understand. How was he going to explain this? Could it be that he had to claim it was an evil creature? That would be inauspicious. The fourth prince could not help but scold the fourth princess consort. The fourth princess consort felt wronged. How was she supposed to know that this would happen? If she had known, she would not have attended the banquet that day. Sure enough, the emperor had heard the news too. He even sent a young eunuch to the fourth prince's mansion to investigate. The fourth prince was scared out of his wits. He insisted that he didn't know what was going on either. It must be that this crabapple tree was good-looking, energetic, and overnourished. To bloom just like that? This wasn't a sudden bloom. There were flower buds on the tree to begin with, but they weren't conspicuous. No one paid attention, so they naturally neglected it. Then, because of the warm weather, they all bloomed at once. There were all kinds of strange things in the world. The fourth prince even suggested that it was indeed rare to see a crabapple tree bloom so well at this time. Why not have someone carefully dig it out and send it to the palace so that father could admire it? The young eunuch did not dare to make this decision and went back to report in detail. The emperor didn't want the tree. He said that it wasn't easy for the crabapple tree to grow so big. He would keep it for himself. Seeing that his father had no intention of blaming him for this, the fourth prince heaved a sigh of relief. While the fourth prince heaved a sigh of relief, the crown prince felt very uncomfortable. An auspicious sign? What kind of auspicious sign did his fourth brother want? Was he not even going to hide it? Although many people said that this matter was too strange and most likely not a good thing, the crown prince was more inclined to believe it. However, there were still individuals who insisted that this was an auspicious sign. This matter lodged like a thorn in his heart, causing him profound unease and discomfort. Prompted by a reminder, the crown prince suddenly recollected that Qiao Xian was the one who had rescued the peony flowers in the court. Perhaps she possessed more knowledge about such matters than anyone else. Consequently, he urged Princess Consort to dispatch someone to consult Qiao Xian. Princess Consort, though displeased, did not dare to rebuff the crown prince's request, so she sent Auntie Liang on the errand. Auntie Fu expressed her desire to go, but Princess Consort declined. She couldn't fathom why Auntie Fu persistently tried to convince her that she had misunderstood Miss Qiao. She refused to heed her advice and harbored no inclination to entertain any positive remarks about Miss Qiao. Auntie Liang adopted a much more agreeable attitude this time. Bearing the Crown Prince's mission in mind, she recognized Xiao Xian's reputed temperament and refrained from putting on airs. After all, even if Xiao Xian became the target of the Crown Prince and Princess Consort's disdain, it wouldn't bode well for Auntie Liang. Xiao Xian hadn't anticipated a visit from the East Palace for such a matter. Wasn't this an exaggeration? Although Xiao Xian expressed her surprise, she couldn't explain why, so she offered her apologies. Auntie Liang displayed no surprise. Xiao Xian knew about peony flowers, but expecting her to be an expert on all flowers would be unreasonable. Smiling, Auntie Liang advised, "In that case, I'll convey this message to you. Moreover, it's best to keep this knowledge to yourself. Disclosing it may lead to unwarranted speculation and complications. What are your thoughts, Madame Shao?" She wanted her to remain discreet. Xiao Xian nodded. "Certainly." Auntie Liang departed satisfied. When the fourth Princess Consort extended an invitation to Xiao Xian for the banquet, and when Princess Consort organized the event, she didn't want to exclude Xiao Xian, so she invited her as well. Xiao Xian found herself spending another day in the Crown Prince's mansion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.